is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, and I started with crash-proof retirement in 2016. I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The developing story today, and we'll have a great interview coming up in the next hour with the Vice President here in Pennsylvania today. Yes, J.D. Vance visiting East Palestine, Ohio, 2 years after that train derailment that, remember, was a lead story then. The train carrying those chemicals derailed right on the border between us here in Pennsylvania and Ohio in 2023. And we know that vinyl chloride, toxic chemical, is still being detected, with many residents reporting serious and tragic health issues. So I don't know that President Donald J. Trump has signed the actual disaster declaration for that area. So we'll see if he does that. He's been pretty busy. It's like a whirlwind, isn't it? But I believe that I suspect that may happen today, Dan. So thank you for setting up, Dan. Great job and setting up an attorney. So you're going to hear the latest from the inside and beyond the headlines, because oftentimes, I'm giving you all of what is the latest. But in this one, the human side of this. And I think it's and I know that Vance will be joined by Ohio Governor Mike DeWine, others, as well as the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. And then we'll have some different Republicans there as well. But that was, just to take you back for a second here, it was a train carrying chemicals. It derailed right on the border between us here in Pennsylvania and Ohio 2 years ago today, February 3rd, 23. And remember that those officials chose to burn all of those gallons of the chemicals. And so we'll talk to the attorney involved in it. But it's a reminder, when you think about all the tragedies that we're seeing, it is a reminder of something. And that is when President Trump came out right after the plane crash, the tragedy that struck that he said was preventable in D.C. I'll get to our local tragedy and plane crash in a moment with the latest. But remember what Trump said, and it seemed as if, too soon. Here it was the next morning after that horrifying crash that killed all of the individuals inside, the three military, Army pilots. We now know all their names and identities. We've been talking about it all morning, but as well, we know that those first responders remain in a recovery mission along the Potomac as they pulled 55 bodies out of the Potomac River. They have the cranes on scene, and they fully expect that they will be able to at least bring closure to these grieving families and get all of the bodies out of the water. And then as well today with those cranes pulling more of the wreckage out of the Potomac River. But remember what Trump said at that time. He had said he had been critical, and it was out of frustration to say, 3 years later, you often hear the true story of what happened and everybody's forgotten it and it's not covered. And so he made a decision because apparently, remember that, Dan, we thought he was coming on at 11 a.m. and then he did not come on until about 11:21.
Yep.
So remember that? We knew something
I
was...
remember well.
So we knew something was going on. Apparently, that's when they were learning more about the control tower, all of that during that briefing. And that was apparent. That's the insiders are saying that's what delayed his news conference. He had just learned about it.
So he was kind of, aggressive in that press conference. Do you think that was pure raw emotion after just finding out about that?
I think this is, look, he's not somebody who is your politician, your slick talking, smooth operator, your slick talking politician. That's not who he is, right? And we knew that when we voted for him. He's somebody who is going to bring forth transparency, and sometimes I think that he's willing to say that the transparency, and even though it hurts to hear that, the morning after, I think he felt it was too important to not say. And that's my take. And now we know more about this lawsuit. These civil lawsuits filed by more than 1,000, mostly white men, who said they had the highest scores on the test that you take to be an air traffic controller. And their class action lawsuit, is saying that they were discriminated against because they're white guys and they scored the highest. They were passed over because of these DEI policies. And so maybe that's managerial skills as well, because remember, we learned that somebody was reportedly let go early, that you had two people there in the control tower, and then one was they said, you could go home early. So was it overtime? Was it poor management? What was the issue there? So we have all of that going on. And then we, as well, over the weekend, Friday night, there was so much breaking here in Philadelphia as far as the plane crash here, and we'll get to that in one sec. But I'll just give you some headlines. The FBI purge, as we learned that those officials within the FBI, many of them involved in the persecution of Trump and J6ers and so on, we're learning that they are being fired. Is that legal? There are challenges going on. And thousands of FBI employees we're hearing are filling out questionnaires. So what's going on with them? Then Saturday we learned about Elon Musk, that Elon Musk was in a battle for Doge to get the higher security clearance so he can see where the money goes with these NGOs, these non-government organizations that are privy to all of this money. And it goes to NIH funding, if you saw Elon Musk tweeting over the weekend. So there's a lot within that's going on. And Trump, of course, once again, impromptu, off the cuff yesterday as he spoke from the airport. So we'll talk about all of this and get your take on it. I do want to get to locally here, and I know Dan has some audio, an incredible response by the firefighters who quickly put out these fires. So if you're just waking up and maybe, I don't know, maybe you've been in a spa and you've sequestered yourself and you haven't heard of what's going on. My goodness,
There's a lot going on.
it's like a month's worth of news nationally and locally. But here in Philadelphia, I had so many friends calling me from across the country and family. Are you okay? And I'm like, no, I live in the northwest section of the city. This happened in the northeast. 6 o'clock on a busy Friday night. A lot of people are on the road. A lot of people were in the Roosevelt Mall there by the Macy's. And this is when disaster struck. Many people thought at first, is this a bomb? That this plane we now know was a Medjet carrying a little girl who her life had just been saved for the past 4 months, getting life-saving treatment from those miracle workers at Shriners Children's Hospital. And she was on her way home. And so this is when this plane crashed and then crashed into a busy neighborhood. It could have been, it could have been a catastrophe. Could have, God forbid, had it hit the grocery store, the mall, the shops, or some of those row homes. But you saw the video. I was posting some of it on social media. I mean, there was a man who was on fire. There were reports of this 10-year-old little boy, Dan, his family now speaking out.
Yeah, I have that audio if you want it.
Oh, my God.
It's heart-wrenching. You want that?
Yeah.
Torresdale Hospital last night.
6 ABC.
My baby in there. It's hard. See him like that. As a mother, what am I supposed to do? But he's good. He's pushing through. 10-year-old Andre Howard was in the car with his father and siblings when tragedy shook Northeast Philadelphia.
Here, what we thought was a car crash, but then you see a fury of fire in the air and then a bunch of debris shooting everywhere.
Andre tells us he tried using nearby buildings to shield them from flying debris.
My son, who's also the same name as me, Andre Howard, tells his little sister, get down, and he grabs her. I hear the glass shatter, I turn around. There's a piece of metal sticking out of my son's head from the plane.
A Good Samaritan took the shirt off his back to help apply pressure to Andre's head. Then a Philadelphia police officer rushed them to Jefferson Torresdale Hospital, where the boy underwent emergency surgery.
They pretty much told us my son wasn't supposed to make it. Jefferson also told us that they didn't do children trauma surgeries, but they did for us, which was nothing but God.
Authorities say at least 7 people are dead and 19 others are injured, including Andre. Doctors initially told him that his son would never walk again, but after being transported to CHOP, Andre has made miracle strides overnight.
To face death yesterday and speaking today, stepping up for his little sister like I trained him and his other brothers to do, off of instinct, he's my hero.
He's strong. He's a jokester, but he's strong.
Oh, he's a superhero.
He's a superhero.
So these parents, grateful for your prayers, so many prayers. I have some friends who work at Jefferson, but this is a miracle. Normally, obviously, if it weren't such an urgent situation, they would have transferred a young child like that to maybe CHOP or that sort of thing, but there was no time. Time was of the essence, and those doctors and nurses and medical staff I know this family is so friends who work at Jefferson, but by the way, updating from her report on 6 ABC, great reporting locally here, but 22 reported injured, 5 of those individuals hospitalized, 3 in very critical condition, and I believe that their 10-year-old son is one of those still listed in critical, although you heard mom and dad say he has improved. But I think that from the first responders, the firefighters were incredible. Police, they said police, Philadelphia police and law enforcement, they were showing up in their personal cars. They just rushed to the area and were helping.
Yeah. I mean, you see an explosion like that. I did hear the same thing. People were they saw it happen and they just rushed over to offer their help. And I have a friend who's actually with the Northeast Fire Department, and he said the scene out there was just he's been in the Middle East, and he said the things he was seeing on that street is something he's never seen before. It was just body parts thrown apart, and it was just a horrific disaster in Philadelphia. And the way that these guys responded and the way that they did and the stuff that they had to see over the weekend as they helped to clean up is horrific to think of, and just to feel what these families are going through. Like think about it. I mean, the planes fly over us all the time.
Yeah.
And to think that this happened just out of the sky. Something drops and then something flies off this plane and goes into the head of this 10-year-old. It's, gosh darn, it's frightening.
It really is, and that's a lot of people are saying maybe you should rethink some of these flight paths. I know the mayor had come out. Do you have that? Just I know that Mayor Parker a few times. We've got hours. We'll play it, but her bottom. I thought the first time she came out, she talked about a prayer for the city, and you have a praying mayor, and I loved that she brought forth faith and recognized so many people across our region and across the country have been praying for, little boys like Mr. and Mrs. Howard's son. And I think that I'm somebody, I believe in the power of prayer. And that really touched me when the mayor did say that. I know they're planning a town hall meeting for those impacted by this crash. We don't have the location just yet, but I believe it looks like it's going to be this Wednesday, the 5th, and in the evening, 6 or 7 p.m., they want to address how they're going to rebuild. Many businesses impacted, at least 11 homes burned and had destruction. All of those cars. I mean, there's so much to talk about. I know that the NTSB, if you haven't heard me report this, I started out 6 a.m. this morning, so forgive me sometimes if I'm redundant, if you're still with us or if you're just joining us, but I have been reporting that, in fact, the NTSB says they were successful in recovering that black box, the voice recorder that is critical to this investigation. Granted, it was found 8 feet underground at the site of the plane's impact. And then we're learning more about who was on that plane. This was one of those med jets, a little girl from Mexico, from Tijuana. Here's the mayor.
6440 or visit www.dbhids.org. Now, how to help others displaced or impacted by the tragedy. I happen to be a praying mayor, and I know that prayer works. And the most powerful thing that you can do, if you're home right now, if you're anywhere across the nation or in the Commonwealth or the city, and you're saying, what can I do to help offer a prayer for our city? Now is the time that we need it.
It was a beautiful message. And one of my girlfriends from Florida called from Naples, and she saw the mayor speaking and was really touched by it. Some of my family. So it was a beautiful message from the Philadelphia mayor and all of those first responders, just getting so much credit and thanks and gratitude, which of course all of you deserve. Yes. As far as the little girl, she's 11-year-old Valentina Guzman Murillo. Her mother, Lizeth Murillo Osuna, who was 31 years young, they were identified by the mayor of Ensenada. That's a coastal town right near Tijuana. Everybody aboard the plane, the 6 people aboard the plane, all from residents of Mexico, heading back home. That includes the medical staff as well as the pilot and co-pilot. They were all killed, according to authorities. I know there are all these conspiracy theories and cartel and too many people watching Narcos, but we'll wait to find out. It could have, we have no idea. It could have been a flock of geese. We just don't know. But it did appear that plane, that Medjet, just fell from the sky. It did appear from all of those cell phone videos and doorbell videos, it appeared that it was on fire as it just dropped from the sky. So, the NTSB will learn more, and I think we're expecting some news conferences today. So it's just a sad story. And then for the NTSB in D.C., that was the plane crash from earlier in the week we were talking about. We learned, we know all the pilots' identities. We know most of those victims, and many with close connections here to our region in the Philadelphia, South Jersey region. But we also know that Black Hawk in D.C. was practicing what they say was a classified mission. They were doing a continuity of government mission in case of some kind of an attack on the nation, but that they were off their mark. So they were, as far as how high they were, as far as their location, they were not where they were supposed to be. That's one of the headlines this morning. So we'll talk about all of it. And normally it would be one of my lead items talking about the Palestinian terror group Hamas did free our first American hostage, Keith Siegel, who has American, he has dual citizenship like a lot of people, but he's an American. And we saw him, thank God, he could be reunited with his wife, Aviva, who also had been taken hostage October 7th. But thank God he's home with his family. The two others released, Ofer Calderon and Yarden Bibas. Remember, Mr. Bibas is the father of baby Kiefer, the 9-month-old. So they were released as we think about the hostages taken by terrorists, kidnapped. It's still unacceptable, I think, to most of us as Americans that these individuals, 486 days, the majority of these hostages are still somewhere in captivity, being held hostage by this terrorist group who gets to stand there with their full, coverage and their ninja, what is that outfit they wear, Dan, with the weird bright colored bandana? I don't get it, but 486 days.
Ninja?
Stop. Well, you know what I mean? Like the Ninja Turtles wear like the...
That's Japanese, though, I think.
But isn't it it reminds me of the...
You're right, though, no, like the bandana.
Like all the kids dressed up as Ninja Turtles for Halloween.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And they're fully covered up, and then they have, if they're Leonardo, you know what I mean? They have like a blue or a... So what is that? They don't want to show their identity. Why is that?
It's true. It's true. I have the moment that Seagal got reunited. Take a watch.
I mean, 486 days. It's just not acceptable to me. I watch these videos and I think this is nuts that we allow this to happen. I have no words for that. It's just not acceptable. 486 days. I can't even fathom it. And now we're hearing more that, remember, they were supposed to release the 33, then maybe 8 are dead. It just makes me sick to my stomach. But we'll move on. We have to take a break because I want to stay at a time. We have so much to tell you about. Right? Thanks for being here. I know I jumped right into it, but there was so much happening. Ooh. And I didn't even talk about Marco Rubio. Little Marco on his big mission, and it looks like it was a successful mission. So we'll talk about that. It's a win for the Trump column. All of that, your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. Happy Monday.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune in to a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Get the latest news and information affecting your health and wellness. Your Radio Doctor at a special time, this Saturday, February 8th at 10 a.m. Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com. Meet Nick Cale and Dawn Stenzelin at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com.
This is Larry Steiness with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture, but sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
I want to thank all the fans that let my music be heard by the Recording Academy. I want to thank my mom for driving me to every voice lesson in Bala Cynwyd. And I want to thank my dad and my sisters. I want to thank my team.
So when we think about, the Grammys and the local angle of this, I know that Beyonce and Taylor Swift made a lot of the national headlines.
That's a terrible win for Beyonce. I'm so annoyed with it. Like I'm not. So me and Maisie, we watch all these corny, award shows because she likes E and Bravo. So we pay attention to them. And last year, Jay-Z made a whole deal about Beyonce never winning Album of the Year. And then this year, she's up for Album of the Year with a crappy country album, and all of a sudden she wins it over some well-deserving artist? No way. Get out of here. I'm so frustrated about it.
Well, this is like, this is kind of like maybe when a referee, they make a couple of bad calls, and then they try to make up for it, but they choose the wrong moment.
That's what it is. 100%. Yeah. And then you have Taylor Swift handing off the award to Beyonce in a very awkward fashion. It's...
Yeah.
Fun night last night, especially with Jaden Smith's outfit. Did you happen to see that, Dawn?
Wait, I didn't say Sabrina Carpenter's name.
Oh, sorry.
So you played the clip, thank you, but I should say it's Sabrina Carpenter, locally Bucks County native, and then gave a shout out to the main line while accepting her award for Best Pop Vocal Album. Beautiful young lady.
Yeah, big winner. I might know her from Girl Meets World over on Disney Channel. She was the daughter of Sean, for the nostalgic freaks out there.
Yes.
But Jaden Smith, son of Will Smith, made an appearance on the red carpet.
The heck?
And youtube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm going to pause it right there. So they were actually making a deal on the red carpet the entire time. This is E. Talking about how this year hats are the big thing. People are trying to one-up each other with hats, and I wonder
because
if that.
Of Melania?
I made that comment to Maisie. I wonder, was it because of Melania that she wore that hat, and now it's becoming a fashion statement to wear hats?
Okay, well.
Well, people might be taking it too far, Dawn, because Jaden Smith is wearing a black castle on his head. That's what he chose to wear.
Yeah.
This
is Will Smith's
son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Karate Kid reboot.
I don't know what that. I have no idea. What does that represent? Like the housing crisis?
Taking
I don't
yourself
know.
way too seriously is what it represents.
I don't know. Or maybe he's just being silly. I don't know.
Can youtube.com/@1210WPHT to see that.
But yeah, the shocker that everybody's talking about is the This is Kanye's, is it his wife or his girlfriend?
Wife
now
for 2
wife.
years. That there's
Okay.
some, yeah.
So she has this big old fur coat on, big mink. And I mean, it's one of those long, like it's down to her ankles. Yeah. It's a beautiful brown mink coat. And then when they step up to the red carpet, she lets that baby drop.
How would you describe her outfit, Dawn?
You know how Wonder Woman has an invisible plane? Well, Mrs. West has an invisible dress. How about that? It's the invisible dress.
Yes.
It's this totally see-through.
To be fair, there is something there.
There's like a skin colored, like matching her skin.
Is it even skin colored or is it just straight up see-through?
Well, I think there are some.
Is it like pantyhose?
It's almost like the material I think it looks like of like a Spanx, but it's like only over the very, most private areas.
Oh no, you can see the.
Well, because then she scooches it up, and even the bottom part.
Okay.
They have to blur it out, and then she kind of scooches it. You know what I mean? Because that would move around if it's just strategically.
Like she was fully barren to the
Yes.
photographer, so.
Like she has an amazing body. I'll just say somebody's doing her Pilates or whatever.
Yeah.
But
They never kicked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Allegedly, he wasn't invited.
Well, she looks at first glance like she is completely nude. You can't see the dress, and initially you cannot tell that she's actually wearing something strategically placed that's matching her skin tone.
To be
just
fair,
saying,
though,
over the private parts.
Meanwhile, John Legend's bringing in Chrissy Teigen, and Chrissy Teigen, I don't know if you happen to see her
I didn't
outfit.
I didn't see that.
Oh man, check out Chrissy Teigen's outfit during the break. It's it's almost as revealing as Kanye's wife's.
No.
You don't think so?
Not as much.
No.
No.
Yeah, I'll put that up
Not
during the
as
break.
much.
And
I mean, remember, J-Lo was always famous for her dresses that were gorgeous, but always push the envelope. But the envelope is, I don't know, open, ripped open, and gone. You know what I mean? It's not even tasteful.
There is no envelope.
They're just trying to get attention. Well, good for you. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break, get your calls, and we got to talk about, because I got my guys, Marvin E. Cans, as we talk about, have you had your HVAC tuned up? Because right now we're in a little bit of a reprieve. In the low 50s today and tomorrow, so it's going to feel like a heat wave, although we had slipping and sliding with like 29 degrees when I was driving in the dark this morning. But you got to think about keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe this winter, of course. And that's why I made sure that my guys at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, they came out, got the house all winter ready, changed up the filters, all that good stuff, checked everything. Then the water heaters blew out. So of course we were seeing them. We were seeing them a lot over the winter, but they're great. They do that too with the water heaters. But Marvin E. Cans is a third generation owned as well as veteran founded company. And if you look them up, Jonathan Cans was telling me about his family history, and that in fact, Mr. Cans, who started this company back in the day, was a war hero. And that's a true story. We have to have him on and interview him about this when we think about World War II. But take my advice, just call them, Marvin E. Cans, get your furnace checked out for winter. If they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane furnace, Trane, because it's hard to stop a train, as we say. You can contact them, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, right now, marvinecans.com. Their technicians, they're fully background checked. That's important to a family-run business like this. Long-time technicians, a lot of family members even work there. But the important piece, these are not commissioned salespeople. A lot of companies, you think that you're calling a technician to come out who's going to fix something and give you an honest estimate. Some companies actually pay their people with commissions. That is not the case, I can tell you, at Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. They're my guys. You can trust them. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating President's Day all month long by offering 0% APR for up to 72 months on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering discounts up to 20% off MSRP on select models. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
0% for 72 months equals $13.89 per thousand financed through SFS. On approved credit ends 2/28/2025.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
God, what have you done? You're a pink pony girl, and you dance at the club. Oh, mama, I'm just having fun on the stage in my heels. It's where I belong, down at the pink pony club.
We're learning new details as far as the NTSB investigating. We're expecting news conferences today as Philadelphia tragically made national and international headlines when that small medical jet crashed into a neighborhood in the Northeast. A total of 7 people dead, 1 on the ground, 6 aboard that MedJet aircraft, including the little girl whose life had just been saved by our local medical miracle makers at Shriners Children's Hospital. And so many homeowners displaced, 11 homes just damaged with that falling debris. Oh, what a disaster scene. But also at that moment, heroic efforts to run to the rescue, including many off-duty first responders, law enforcement running toward that fiery scene with homes on fire, cars on fire, reports of people on fire. I know that 855-839-1210, you wanted to talk about it. Ed, you're not far from there. What can you tell us? Good morning.
Good morning, Dawn.
So,
Hello.
Good morning. So you're close to the scene there in the Northeast?
No, not at all. I'm about 3 miles away, 9,200 north, but my house rattled. I have a Belgian and a Shepherd, and they jumped out of their skin. And I thought maybe it was a bad accident on I-95, but 20 minutes later, I found out what happened.
Yeah, it's just horrible. As you know, we think about the D.C. crash that just happened. Last week we were talking about it, and then in Philadelphia. So are you impacted as far as, I mean, I know the boulevard is back, the Roosevelt Boulevard is back open today, but there's still some local road closures as investigators are still on the scene. And are you impacted as far as this Monday morning, Ed?
No, not by any means. It didn't affect me. Like I said, I'm about 3 miles away, but I guess the explosion, just I don't know how it was able to end up in Torresdale, East Torresdale, right over by Holy Family. But like I indicated, my Shepherds jumped out of their skin.
Well, thanks for calling. Appreciate you, Ed. We'll get to all of the live updates of the day as we're learning more about Mexico's president has met with Donald J. Trump. We're expecting that Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to be the first world leader to visit Trump. And what does this mean for that so-called deal with Hamas and getting out the hostages sooner? All of that happening. And then as well, what about these tariffs and the fallout from Trump's tariffs? A lot of headlines prior to the opening bell. We now know that stocks took that sharp dive before the start of trading, as I have been reporting to you, as President Trump over the weekend made his decision to oppose these new tariffs on key U.S. trading partners, including Mexico, China, Canada. So 25% for Canada and Mexico, with the exception of, for Canada, those energy tariffs would be 10%, and that's what it would be for China. But the Dow Jones Industrial Average, I know, dropped 560 points. That's about more than 1.25%, while the S&P 500 declined 1.6%, falling 95 points. So we're watching this as that volatility index, kind of balances out. And then as the day proceeds, I already saw some people saying, hey, during the dip, and make sure you run in and buy. It's like the bargain. But I will say this, that I think that Mexico and Canada will comply. What is Trump saying about this? What's his rationale? That is being, of course, contested in courts as I speak, because he's saying that this is an issue of national security. This is an emergency situation. And he's accusing our neighbors to the north and to the south of being complicit, not doing enough to keep the cartels, the drug dealers, the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs and criminals, human traffickers. He's saying they need to do their part and pay their fair share to help keep these criminals from flowing through their countries or from their countries into our country. So he's saying they're part of the problem. We have a national emergency. He's allowed as president under the executive branch, obviously, to declare this kind of an emergency situation. And so it's under that emergency declaration that he's saying he needs the tariffs.
I do have J.D. Vance with Maria Bartiromo talking about this topic from yesterday, Don.
It's great.
The problem with this whole idea that they're going to retaliate is they have already been taking advantage of America for decades. The retaliation is Donald Trump saying no more. We're not going to be taken advantage of anymore. And I think it's important the president is doing what he's doing. Now, look, it looks different ways and comes in different forms, whether you're talking about Canada or China or Mexico. We know that Mexico has allowed the facilitation of the illegal drug trade and illegal sex trafficking for years and has done nothing about it. If they want to be a better partner to us, the time starts now. We know the Chinese, of course, have stolen American manufacturing jobs for 30, 40 years, and also that they've facilitated the trafficking of illegal fentanyl into Mexico, where the drug cartels then bring it into our country. We are sick of being taken advantage of. We still have, thank God, the biggest economy in the entire world, the best people and the best workers, but the message from President Trump to the entire world is very clear. clear. We are done being taken advantage of, and we have a president who looks out for the interests of American citizens. Thank God we do, and we're going to try to do it the best we can.
Thank God. And that's just it. When have you heard a president, and we're not used to this, the media is not used to it. We're used to saying, oh, it's a global economy, and, we're all losers here in America, and we need to help the world. We are the world. And Trump is saying, no, we're suckers. And he pointed to, I think we pay, just in all these aid subsidies we pay to Canada, what is it, $200 billion? All these hundreds of billions of dollars. This is our money. It's your money. Look at your paycheck and think about all that money being taken out. And we need to focus on America. So we also have somebody who many of you met locally when he was here during our Trump 47, the great events. And this one was in Chester County. And this is now Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. He's out there defending President Trump on the tariffs and talking about, the rising costs. Will we see some rising costs? So listen as he explains this.
Well, certainly it's an incentive for Americans to say, let's get going on producing energy here. But you saw the lower tariff on Canadian energy. I mean, this reflects President Trump thoughtfully considering the impacts on American, but still putting pressure on those related to the border. I mean, this isn't a trade war with Canada or Mexico or China. This is about fentanyl. I mean, we've had mass invasion of our country, and we've been taking mass casualties. We lose almost 300 people a day to overdose deaths in this country. That's a tragedy. President Trump wants it to end, and that's what these tariffs began with. That is about securing our border for both a legal entry, but also because of the drugs that are killing our Americans.
And so there you hear. So Doug Burgum, what he's doing there as the Interior Secretary, and if you remember, if you were at that one of the many great events with Trump Force 47 prior to the election, he is fantastic when he talks about energy. And I know that he was on Fox and Friends this morning, so he talks about that. He is so well versed on that, and also a billionaire, then became governor, gave it up, has a wonderful wife and just adores his family. And he's really a great guy. It was just an honor to meet him. But my point to you is this, that the headlines, just notice this, and this is the bias. Trade war. Trump is entering in this risky trade war, and you will pay more, and you will feel the pain of the trade war, trade war, trade war. Burgum is putting this in the proper perspective. This is an emergency. This is a national emergency. We have a leaking border, and what Trump is saying is, hey, we need some help here, neighbors, right? Hey, to the north, they also have, did you know this? The cartels reportedly have these horrible fentanyl labs, and they're making all these drugs to the north in Canada and bringing it that way, as well as the human trafficking, and not just, by the way, through South America. That's not what this is. And then the southern border coming through there. So he's saying to our neighbors, hey, neighbors, you got to be good neighbors, and you got to help with this. And we should not have to absorb the entire cost of all of this hot mess, which you were complicit in. You were complicit in this. That's what he's essentially saying.
Meanwhile, Democrats on the tariff situation, Don.
Let's just take Super Bowl Sunday, okay? It's going to affect beer, okay? Most of it, Corona here, comes from Mexico. It's going to affect your guac, because what is guacamole made of? Avocados, both from Mexico.
You know what? Can I tell you something? We can get our avocados from California, right? Or we can get our avocados from Florida, because some of them are grown in Florida. Or avocados, the guac, it is very fattening, even though it's very healthy. And the beer gives you that belly. So we can manage. If it's just about guac and beer, are you kidding me? But that's where he goes. Oh, Americans, you're going to need your guac and your beer. And then he'll be... Remember when he was grilling and the burgers were like raw and he didn't know what he was doing? Remember that whole thing? I have some good audio about a New Yorker's opinion of him. All right, we have so much to tell you about, but and we'll tell you about Marco Rubio.
People are aroused.
This is a weirdo. 855-839-1210.
I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Ew. We'll be right back.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Hi, I'm Mike Venaria Jr. with Ausperity Private Wealth. Your retirement dreams can become reality if you have a plan. I specialize in retirement and legacy planning. We provide custom solutions to help you navigate through your finances today while helping you build a strong financial portfolio for tomorrow. Take control of your financial future. Call me, Mike Venaria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
There is so much breaking, so much happening. I want to get to this really quick, and this is the point of Marco Rubio. You heard on Friday, I think when I left you, I'd said that he was headed to speak with the president of Panama about the Panama Canal. The deal here is that Trump had accused accused Panama of basically breaking the deal, and had been, as you know, very critical of the fact that we under the Carter administration had agreed to hand over custody. So Trump's deal was essentially that he was saying that because now they were handing over too much influence to China, that they were breaking the deal, and that broken deal would then allow the United States of America to take back control over the Panama Canal, which, as you well know, is one of the world's most critical waterways, right, as far as trade and commodities and all of that. So it looks like at this point Trump's warnings worked. So it looks like Panama's president, Jose Raul Molino, has announced that his government is not renewing a deal with China. And this deal was giving China influence over, like I say, one of the most critical waterways in the entire world. And this decision came during a meeting. So apparently the president there made the promise to Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, that in fact they're not going to go through with this renewing the deal with China. And that's why you heard Trump saying, why is it that all the signs are even written in Chinese in the Panama Canal and they're taking over? They have too much influence. And so this was why Trump was threatening to reimpose U.S. control over the Panama Canal. And so this is a microcosm for what Trump does. He's saying, you broke the deal, and we're going to take control over this. What did he really want? Did he really think they were going to take back control after the U.S. already made that transition, already made the deal? It was what, during the Clinton administration, I want to say, that it was actually made official. But the bottom line here is that he does not want China to have all of this influence over the Panama Canal. So they're pulling back on that. And that was what Trump wanted. And in my humble opinion, that's what he's doing with the tariffs. That's what you're seeing. So now what's happening? This morning, he's meeting with all these, or having phone conversations with all of these world leaders, including Canada's, including just had a conversation with Mexico's president. And she said, oh, it went very well. So they're all going to work together and they're all going to figure this out because as the vice president, who, by the way, is, well, he's close to Pennsylvania. He's at East Palestine. We have a great interview coming up, updating you about 2 years ago today, that horrific train wreck that happened right on our Pennsylvania-Ohio border. But I think that J.D. Vance, what he's saying here is that we always get the short end of the stick, if you will. And it's not fair. It's not right. And so that's what Trump is trying to make these wrongs right. But his attitude, I think, blows the mind of these career politicians, the swamp monsters, swamp creatures, who for so long have just gotten rich off of, and that's another piece of this, right? Is that they have all of this influence. And what do you think happens when they have all of this influence over money, let's say NGOs or whatever's going on? When they have that kind of influence and they keep these things going, at the end of the day, I just think it's a money laundering operation for Democrats, and it should never be allowed to happen for any political party. So that's why Republican swamp monsters are against Trump, just like, from the right and the left. Both sides did not want him to be in office again because they knew he was going after this kind of thing. And so hopefully, because he's revealing this to all of us, to society, we're going to say, hey, never again. Not on the right, not on the left. Nobody should be allowed to do this. We should have full transparency. Do you see what I'm saying? And so here he is. I mean, you could say, look, this guy, he's done. He's out of politics. This is his last run. So who does he work for? Question someone's motive. All of these career politicians who set themselves up to what? Get rich. That's not the intention for any of these elected officials in our country. I will go back to this. We do need term limits. We must go back toward this. And I know Republicans say that certain Republicans, yes, they agreed to the term limits, but everybody needs to have this. Also, full transparency. Remember, and I will be fair, remember, and I have to go real quick because we have a great interview coming up, but I'm just going to say this final thing. Remember when Nancy Pelosi was still the House Speaker, and then she was no longer the House Speaker? Remember that moment when we saw that transition and what we learned about the fact that you had somebody reigning as House Speaker, very powerful. They had no cameras. All of a sudden, we're like, oh, wow, look at that. C-SPAN cameras. All the cameras are on. And we could see all the Republicans fighting, and they would look like children. They did. They were fighting back and forth. But the reason we could criticize them was because we could see them. Do you know why we could see them? Because Nancy Pelosi was no longer in charge. She kept the cameras out. She kept the transparency out. My whole point to you is we need to make sure, even with House Speaker Mike Johnson, for example, that we have the cameras back, that we have the transparency, all of it, all the time. That's good for all of us. It's good for our country. That's my point. 855-839-1210. Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland on X. We'll be right back. You want to hear this guest.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey guys, so I'm here at Leslie Run, and there are dead worms and dead fish all throughout this water. So, something I just discovered is that if you scrape the creek bed, it's like chemical is coming out of the ground. Can you come here? And let me just show this to people. I don't know if you're going to see this in the camera, but watch this. Just see that chemical pop out of the creek. This is disgusting. And the fact that we have not cleaned up the train crash. The fact that these chemicals are still seeping in the ground is an insult to the people who live in East Palestine. Do not forget these people. We've got to keep applying pressure. That's how we're going to fix this problem. Thank you.
So that's Vice President J.D. Vance is making a trip once again to East Palestine today for the second anniversary of the Norfolk Southern train derailment. What you just saw and heard is that back when he was a senator, Vice President Vance visited the site when he represented, of course, his hometown state of Ohio. So today he's joining the mayor, Trent Conaway, city council members, Senator Bernie Moreno, Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, and then the EPA administrator, Lee Zeldin, as well as Senator John Husted. So, you know, we keep hearing, first of all, we don't hear much in the headlines 2 years later, right? But when we hear about it, they've made some progress since that derailment, that horrifying situation struck 2 years ago. Just to update you quickly before we get to our next guest, a train carrying chemicals had derailed there right on the Ohio-Pennsylvania border. It was on this day 2 years ago. Vinyl chloride is still to this day being detected, according to experts, with residents reporting some devastating health issues. We know that President Trump, will he sign the disaster declaration for that area? And of course, Vice President Vance is there to talk about it and to really shine a light on what's happening. Well, somebody who knows well.
She dropped off here, so let me get her right
she
back.
did. Christina Bear is the attorney who is the founder of Just Well Law, and she'll be joining us momentarily. But she's somebody who represents the victims of East Palestine, who, by many accounts, has been forgotten. And so she's somebody who's been an advocate for them. And we wanted to learn more about the human side of this, kind of beyond the headlines. Sometimes you hear the statistics, or you hear people talking about, well, how does it affect us, let's say in the Philadelphia area, Pennsylvania, the water quality, all of that. But when we talk about any of these disasters, and just let me know, Dan, when you get Christina back.
Yeah, it sounds like she might have dropped service, but I'm trying to call back now.
Oh, no. So she's on the road. She's a busy attorney with Just Well Law. But, you know, that's something that happens. I can tell you that just with a news background, that too often, because we're, breaking news driven, that we talk about some of these disasters, like the one in the Northeast, right, where an entire community has to rebuild, where people, their homes burned, people are injured, their cars were scorched, they have loved ones hospitalized, 5 people hospitalized, 3 in critical condition, lives just upended. And sometimes it takes 5-10 years to even recover from that for some of these disaster stories like we talk about, like happening here in Philadelphia, like the DC crash that happened. Even we could think about the wildfires out west, or the victims of hurricanes in the Carolinas. You're talking about 5-10 years that your entire life is uprooted and disrupted. And then the impact when you think about a fire, and remember the controversy as officials had decided to burn those chemicals. Let's welcome in now Christina Bear, who is the attorney and the founder of Just Well Law. Christina, thanks for being here this morning.
Glad to be here. These people need justice.
Well, they do. Take us through some of the people that you represent, Christina, because we don't hear these personal stories of the hell that people have been through and what they continue to go through.
Well, what you were just describing is exactly right. People have been uprooted from their homes. They don't feel like their homes are safe. These are homes that have been in families for generations, and now they feel like they have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And I mean it. Those houses are entirely contaminated from the top to the bottom. We've gone in them. We've smelt the chemicals. They're, the cleanup was botched, as JD was saying, right? It was botched from the very beginning. You don't blow up a stream, for example, and let the contaminants into the air. That's just one example of what they did without evacuating the people right by the creek. So I went to the houses right there, and they're not safe, and people are still sick, and the place is still contaminated.
Has President Trump, have you been hearing, have residents been hearing as far as what moves President Trump? He's new to office, but he had made promises to the these victims, some of whom obviously you represent, has he yet to sign the disaster declarations that people are hoping for? And what are people hoping for with the vice president visiting today?
Well, I don't want to speak to their political hopes.
Right.
They filed. What we did today was we filed a case on behalf of 744 plaintiffs who still need help. They need care. They need medical care. They need money to move away. They want accountability. They want transparency. They want to know what they were exposed to. They haven't received the test results of what they were exposed to, and they want to know. And that's what the case is about.
And so you're obviously representing these hundreds of survivors of this and families. Can you describe just to, so that everybody listening or watching us on YouTube can understand or relate to what people have been going through, the real human struggle behind this devastation?
Well, it was not a wealthy area to begin with. So people were already struggling. Imagine coming out of COVID and small businesses are struggling. And then this train comes through, and it was entirely preventable, entirely predictable. They let a train, first of all, they failed to maintain the trains, and then they let a train that was on fire explode right in the middle of town. And that blanketed those houses right there with the fumes and the chemicals like vinyl chloride. And it wasn't just one chemical, it was all the chemicals combusting. Mm-hmm. And people got sick.
Yeah.
And they were first told to evacuate, and this is what's upsetting. The evacuation order was not clear. It was not, the government didn't do the basic modeling that would have been required to tell people in the wake where to go. So there weren't clear warnings. But even once people did get the message and left town, the EPA just a few days later said, all safe, come on back. And then they were surprised when people came back to their homes, smelled the fumes again, and got sick again. And now, because the EPA's evacuation order had been withdrawn, now people are really struggling. Where do they go now? So people have been in those houses. Some were able to get away, but many can't afford to leave. And they've been there now living with the contamination for 2 years. And what's upsetting is, what you just quoted with the J.D. Vance saying, these are the fish that are dead. Mm-hmm. Well, that was never properly remediated.
Right.
And anytime they came in to do the work, my clients got sick again.
And so what kinds of...
Because they didn't... Oh, go ahead.
I just wonder what kinds of sicknesses we're talking about and how does this impact, for example, I think of, I know there were pregnant mommies, families, people worried about their young children, worried, about their health, and then the layers that happen in this kind of situation.
So imagine that you have something that causes systemic inflammation, like toxic exposure.
Yeah.
Whatever you have going on in your body, it's going to make it worse. So you've got kids with developmental delays. Now they're regressing further. You have kids on the autism spectrum. Now they've been taken out of those homes. They've lost their routines. They don't have order. They don't have the appropriate therapies because everything's upended. So you have both the physical changes and then you have the trauma. And what we've seen is a lot of brain damage. You have brain fog, memory loss, attention challenges. You've got kids regressing in their milestones. You've got kids who are not doing as well in school as they were before. And what toxic exposure does is it causes a double brain injury. One is a physiological change of the brain. We know that these chemicals cause physiological changes. But the other is the trauma. Mm-hmm. And the trauma also causes a physiological response. And so these people have a double brain injury. And I haven't met a single person who has not described the brain fog and the memory loss and the brain challenges. It's almost universal. And it's really, you need your brain to function in the world.
Sure.
But I also don't want to get lost. I don't want the disruption to get lost or minimized, because you are expected to feel safe at home. You have the right to expect to feel safe at home. And during COVID, the rest of the world was dangerous, but home was where you were safe.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Now you're poisoned at home. And you're worried about yourself, and you're worried about your kids. And you're Googling leukemia in the middle of the night. And then you're wondering whether you should Google the pediatric symptoms or the adult symptoms, because who's going to get it first? That is very real, and don't tell me that that's irrational.
And I know
any mother would feel that way.
Well, I know in one case, Christina, one of your clients, one family, they lost their baby. They're blaming, is that true? They're blaming their baby's death?
This is a family that had many, many kids, all healthy, and suddenly had a baby, lost the baby at 1 week old.
Oh, gosh. I mean, it's devastating. I mentioned as far as, what the government can do, and obviously there's a double component because you have the EPA involved, you have Norfolk Southern involved, so you have the train company. But what has government, whether it's statewide or even federal government, as far as meeting the needs of people, as far as, we know that when anybody declares, let's say, a state of emergency or a disaster declaration statewide or nationally, what happens is that frees up money. So have the people of East Palestine, do they feel supported within that, scaffolding of support to at least feel government support?
Absolutely not. Because the failures of the EPA in the circumstance know no bounds. What the EPA did was they came in and they started minimizing right away. And this is what I've seen elsewhere, by the way. First of all, they let the railroad do the testing. That's like having a criminal go into a crime scene and take the fingerprint.
Oh my gosh.
You can't. And so what we found is the EPA and the railroad together tested for the wrong components. And then they can say, well, the limits are not, it's really all acceptable limits. Well, what acceptable limits of what? And how much vinyl chloride do you want in your baby's bottle?
Yeah, 0.
Right? Or in your baby's nursery with that 1-year-old with those tiny, tiny lungs, or a pregnant mom, or a kid with autism. So I think what we have the EPA doing in these circumstances is they come in and they want to just calm everybody down. Shh, it's all okay. Let's get everything back to normal. Let's let people want to get home. Let's let them get home. Well, it's better safe than sorry. Don't assume it's safe until you have testing that really shows it's safe. And if it still smells like vinyl chloride, it's not safe. Don't let these people back into those houses. So meanwhile, our understanding is the EPA and the CDC and others, the railroad, told every doctor in the area that there was no testing that could be done and just treat the symptoms and everybody's going to be fine. And that is not true. That's not the right advice. And that's not what their own OSHA guidelines say. There are guidelines for exposure to chemicals because people work with chemicals in the professional settings, right? Yes. And so we have treatment guidelines. The government has treatment guidelines, OSHA guidelines, Navy guidelines, right? Army guidelines. The federal government knows how to do this. Why aren't they following their own rules?
Yeah, that's the question that I know. I saw one headline, just toxic nightmare 2 years later. And so what do you expect? I mean, obviously the ahead of the 2-year anniversary, I know these new cases, there were already pending cases. Now there are new cases, right? As we look at this, I mean, this is a huge lawsuit that's trying to push for what? Transparency, justice, accountability, and basically help these people rebuild their lives, their homes, and their health. What did I leave out?
Well, that's right. The justice system is entrusted with enforcing the safety rules, and it only works if people bring the claims. And the justice system does that in two ways. One, it compensates the people who have been harmed. And then two, it prevents future harm. It has a deterrent effect. And you can't have one without the other, right? You have to have the compensation to have the deterrence. And that's what it has been missing here. The railroad paid $600 million. I mean, you divide that by the people affected and you get dollars. Mm-hmm. It's nothing in comparison to what these people lost. And importantly, not only did it not compensate people well, but it also didn't have the deterrent effect. This is going to happen again. And we have to hold the EPA accountable to its own rules, and we have to hold the railroad accountable. Mm-hmm. So we're bringing claims, and this is what's a little bit unique about this now. We've filed those 744 claims to the EPA and to the CDC. And that is something called the Federal Tort Claims Act that allows people who've been harmed by the negligence of the United States to bring claims against the United States for the harm. It's a beautiful thing, by the way. Not every country has that. Mm-hmm. But we've said as a country, we want people to be compensated when they have been harmed by the negligence of federal officers. And we want to deter those federal officers from doing further harm. So these 744 plaintiffs are standing up and saying, not on our watch, it stops with us. This isn't going to happen to the next community because we're taking a stand now. And so they're taking a stand for themselves, for their families, but also for all of us. Because if they don't bring the claims, who will? So there is absolutely legislative advocacy, legislative change that is needed. There are declarations that are needed. These people need health care. There should be absolutely the medical monitoring must be put in place in it and stronger than what's there. Nothing has really started. Mm-hmm. All of that needs to happen. This litigation is one component of a broader community effort.
Yeah. Christina Barron, I know that you have some local ties as you did attend initially Princeton before Yale Law School, really an advocate for those individuals injured in cases like these. But even for what's going on in Philadelphia with a plane crash fire, I remember the Sunoco, it wasn't called the Sunoco refinery, when they told all of us, I was working in the city that day, oh, it's fine, there's nothing, this big refinery fire was going on and the sky was black, but everything's fine.
Right.
I mean, as an expert in this area, what's your advice to people, even people listening right now, as far as if they believe they've been exposed to something? Are there things that people, because none of us really know what to do, and I suppose you're dealing with in the wake of a disaster. Do you have advice for people on, recording information or what they should do?
Well, that is such a great question. It gave me goosebumps because I think what we have in these circumstances is gaslighting at the highest levels. It's them telling you that it's safe when there's black smoke in the air. And I'm a survivor of toxic exposure myself, which is why I started this firm to help other families. And my advice is trust your gut. You know what is true. So I hate to say this, but don't listen to the EPA if they're telling you it's safe and you know it's not. You are responsible for those kids. You are responsible for yourself, and get very centered and start listening to yourself and look for the helpers. Look for the real helpers. Look for the truth tellers. Who's in the community speaking truth about what's happening? And you'll find them. You'll find them in every circumstance. I wasn't there then because I was working on that huge Navy case at the time. Mm-hmm. But I know that on Facebook at the time, there was a guy who worked for the railroad who started getting in the Facebook groups and saying, these are some of the chemicals. It's very dangerous. Get out, get out, get out. And he was just a former railroad employee who went out of his way to see how he could reach the people there and warn them. And how sad that it wasn't the institutions we trust to do that.
Yeah.
the institutional betrayal here is so real. But there were truth tellers. And so if you're in that circumstance, look for the truth tellers and look for the helpers and trust yourself and know that there will come a day when you will see the light. Not this instant, but my prayer or hope for everyone who has been exposed to these chemicals, whether it's chemicals or toxic mold, like in my situation, or toxic water, my prayer and hope is that you would get well enough to help others and that you would turn around and help the next person.
Christina
and
Bear,
I know that you will.
Thank you so much. You have such an inspirational message as you're advocating for these 744 victims. I hope that you come back and update us. And I'd actually love to hear more about the toxic mold, because I think that's something that is not talked about enough, where people are not aware.
I'll talk about it anytime. I'm so glad to be on. I look forward to talking to you again. This is so important, all of it.
We're thrilled to have you. Christina Bear, founder of Just Well Law. Thank you, Christina. And thank you, Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, for always, thinking ahead and looking to this as J.D. Vance in our area, right on the Ohio-Pennsylvania border. I know that Governor Shapiro had spoken about his concern, and there were many hearings on the Pennsylvania side, so we'll look for that as far as water quality, Dan. But we have to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Rochelle, good morning. How are you?
I'm a teacher. We scheduled a 2-hour delay even before the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. We had 75 kids absent the day after the Super Bowl, and the Eagles weren't even in it. I dare any of you to be a lunch aide the day after the Super Bowl. It's a 30-minute sentence.
I could not work in a cafeteria. I couldn't be a bus driver. I couldn't do any of it. I don't know how these people tolerate these kids.
We got to make it a fun pizza day or something. Just make it as easy and fun as possible. For the teachers, too, like Rochelle was saying.
Right.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
This is Angelo at Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, wishing the birds good luck as they go for their second ring. If she is still waiting for her ring, let my team at Family & Company Jewelers help you find the perfect one. Now, let's go birds!
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, February 8th at noon. Find out about important issues affecting you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So a bombshell over the weekend. My goodness, there was so much since Friday night, from Friday morning when we last spoke. But this is a local case that has made national news, making national news again. This is a beautiful teacher, 27 years young, prime of her life, beloved teacher in Philadelphia, Ellen Greenberg. If the name rings a bell, it was a case, a real tragedy. She was stabbed more than 20 times and lived with her fiance in the Manayunk section. They were getting married, had the beautiful diamond ring, and her fiance found her stabbed. Initially, the medical examiner said it was a homicide, then switched it for some reason to suicide. Her poor parents, since 2011, have fought this through the courts, 2 civil cases, saying, how can somebody stab themselves multiple times in the back? This is not our Ellen. I mean, these poor grieving parents. And a bombshell over the weekend. I believe is this 6 ABC, Dan?
Yeah, but...
No, you don't want to do it?
No, I got it. Yeah, we're good to go.
Okay, let's listen. It's Annie McCormick of 6 ABC.
It's Chris Ciolito.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. Take a listen.
Today is 15 years that Sandy and Josh Greenberg have been waiting to have the opportunity to go to court. This case is intentional infliction of emotional distress by the defendants on Sandy and Josh for covering up the homicide of their daughter as a suicide.
So the medical examiner's report said Greenberg was stabbed in the head, the neck, and the chest. Her death was first ruled a suicide, then changed to a homicide, and then back to a suicide. The family's attorney, Joe Pedraza, says the defense could not give a solid explanation for the manner of death.
So when there was no support for suicide, obviously the inference is, well, then why is it being called a suicide? There must be other reasons. And we believe part of that reason is misconduct and just terrible investigative acts by the Philadelphia Police Department.
So this is one of 2 cases that's playing out in court. The first was filed in 2019 and seeks to have Ellen's manner of death changed from suicide back to homicide or undetermined. It's now before the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. Now, as for this case, jury selection begins Monday at 9 a.m.
It's today. It began already. So this is an active case right now, but what a shocker when I saw that come through, that the medical examiner, Marlon Osborne, who was the one who ruled that her death was a homicide, and that because of this large number of stab wounds. And like 6 ABC reported, that, how could you say somebody was committing suicide and stab themselves in their own back? It was bizarre that they would change it to suicide. So I know there's a lot swirling, but this morning, I know that they're in court this morning, and we'll, of course, bring you the latest. But for these parents, the pain, the agony that they've gone through. And on Saturday, what happened was, in this very emotional case, was that in this one, Dr. Marlon Osborne, who performed that first autopsy back in 2011, had originally determined her death to be the homicide, but then said after meeting with police, the ruling was changed to the suicide. So the bombshell court ruling that happened over the weekend was that Dr. Osborne said, it is my professional opinion, Ellen's manner of death should be designated as something other than suicide, and then went on to say, I'm now aware that information exists, which draws into question whether Ellen's fiance at the time was witnessed entering the apartment before placing the 911 call that fateful January day in 2011, whether the door was forced open as reported, whether Ellen's body was moved by someone else inside the apartment with her at or near the time of her death, and the findings of another doctor from her neuropathological evaluation of Ellen's the head wounds and so on. This is just shocking. It brings forth more questions. 855-839-1210. So hopefully these grieving parents, after all of these years, God bless Mr. and Mrs. Greenberg. I can't even imagine, their agony throughout all of this as they have fought for justice in their daughter's murder. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Get your calls. Be right back. And the extensive selection of Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City really combines luxury with performance across the full line of all the sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Schedule that test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City, right there at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The NTSB has recovered the black box from the plane crash in Northeast Philly. City Council will take up 4 bills aimed at cutting red tape on affordable housing in Philadelphia. And Beyoncé won Album of the Year for the first time at the Grammys last night for Cowboy Carter.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
A milder air mass settles in across the Delaware Valley today. It'll be partly sunny with a high of around 52. For tonight, not as cold, partly cloudy with a low of around 40. Another mild day on Tuesday with a mixture of sunshine and clouds with a high near 50.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting rules for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing?
I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online.
I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy?
Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door.
How do I get started with Zelfie?
Just send them a text.
Text COVER to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text COVER to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text COVER to 200-300. That's COVER to 200-300. COVER to 200-300.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
The Dawn Stenslin Show. Dawn Stenslin live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So as we continue to follow the breaking news story out of Philadelphia with the crash, there are 5 remaining hospitalized, 3 in critical condition. The cause still unknown as a community tries to regroup and cope with the loss of business, homes, death. It's a scene that looks like a war scene. Like a war zone. That's the description from first responders. Huge story coming out of Philadelphia. And then we have Trump. This is last night. President Trump took questions, as usual, by reporters. One of the big questions, what about these tariffs, as we learned over the weekend? And the stock market reacting today, although I think that's, the volatility is going to even out as we learn that Trump is having conversations with the leaders of Mexico and Canada and China. But this is Trump last night.
Well, it could happen. If they do anything, we will. Canada's been very abusive of the United States for many years. They don't allow our banks. Did you know that? Canada does not allow banks to go in. If you think about it, that's pretty amazing. If we have a U.S. bank, they don't allow them to go in. Canada's been very tough on oil, on energy. They don't allow our farm products in, essentially. They don't allow a lot of things in, and we allow everything to come in. It's been a one-way street. We subsidize Canada by the tune of about $200 billion a year. And for what? What do we get out of it? We don't get anything out of it. I love the people of Canada. I disagree with the leadership of Canada. And something's going to happen there. But if they want to play the game, I don't mind. We can play the game all they want. Mexico, we've had very good talks with them. And this is retaliatory. This is retaliatory to a certain extent. Millions of people flowed into our country through Mexico and Canada. And we're not going to allow that.
So there it is. He's here's the thing. I don't think you want to play a game of chicken with Trump. And not that I want to diminish what's happening by any account, but the honest to God's truth is he's just saying we as Americans, we've been paying too much, that we're a bunch of suckers paying hundreds of billions of dollars to these other countries. I think he said, $200 billion we pay Canada. I don't even know what the number is. Sometimes it makes your head spin when you think about all of the money that we give to the world. And what about us? What about us? So when we think about this, the emergency that he's declaring is that we've had, what was the number? 300 people a day are dying. And that is blamed just for the fentanyl and the drug crisis. And then this new drug is taking hold. That one they're saying is being created, being made in labs in Canada. So he's calling on our neighbors, saying, you got to work with me. That's what we're hearing, that they're having the conversation. As far as East Palestine, Ohio, I have no doubt, and I'll expect it to happen today, that J.D. Vance and President Trump, back on the campaign trail, they were very critical of the Biden administration. Remember, it took forever, because this is Trump country, right, in East Palestine, Ohio. So they were ripping into Biden, first of all, that nobody from the administration went there. Then Buttigieg went there in his little boots, and that was a disaster. But they never declared a disaster, an emergency. And so therefore, those folks did not get all of the federal funds, were not released. So they ripped into the Biden administration. I wonder if this is part of why J.D. Vance is here today. By here, I mean at our border. And I wonder if he'll announce that to the people of East Palestine, Ohio, that in fact, President Trump will be signing that declaration order, and that will free up a ton of money. Now, that helps them, try to rebuild or deal with what's going on if they're displaced, as we've heard. But I don't think that negates the lawsuits that you heard us have the conversation with their attorney, that there's still, this. I mean, if you're home, if you have a well, for example, there's so many questions, but obviously if you're doing well water and the water's damaged, you know what I'm saying, or contaminated, the ground is contaminated, so they have to get in there and do the proper testing. That's my, bottom line on that one. And then as far as what's going on, I'm just looking through the whitehouse.gov because I find myself doing all weekend, every single day. I was like, oh my goodness, there's something else. Oh my goodness, there's something else. This administration, really, it's what Steve Bannon called shock and awe. But you think at the pace that they're working And then with Elon Musk and the Doge, which I've touched on throughout the morning since 6 a.m., as they say that Elon Musk and team, they're working something like more than 120 hours per week to look through all of this, to examine where all the money went, who's spending it, who's not allowed to spend it. And one of the big headlines this morning is, it's the group I talked about earlier, USAID. How much money have they been giving out and to who? And I know, and we didn't get to really address this morning, so I'm just going to bring this up. You know how the one day Caroline Leavitt, she made the comment about $50 million for condoms that was sent to, where was it, Africa or whatever, or to Hamas terrorists and that sort of thing. Well, then you see the fact checkers and they go, well, actually, only 7 million of that went to the condoms. The other 50 was aid. Well, at this point, do you care? Is that so? If they said 50 million went, and some of it went to like birth control pills, and then 7 million went to the condoms, and you know what I mean? It was birth control is what we're talking about. Do they really think that we care? But the headlines, and my point to you is, you're going to see throughout the day headlines saying, Trump lied. 50 million did not get spent on condoms. And it's bias by omission. The 50 million was sent. The 50 million of your money, my money, was spent. Okay, so it was birth control and other stuff. But the point is, it was not, it didn't come from Congress. It wasn't transparent. We didn't know about it. And it's our money that we're sending over there. And then you think about even infrastructure. You and I could go through, what would your number one, what would you do with $50 million in your neighborhood, with your bridge, with your road, with your local school? Do you know what I'm saying? We don't even have stinking HVAC in our Philadelphia public schools. And we're sending hundreds of billions of dollars to our neighbors north and south, and $50 million for condoms, birth control, and whatever else to Africa and other countries. Like, I don't really care. I don't need the breakdown. I'm just saying we need to focus on us first. And the rest of the world, and we're giving, I mean, we're very giving. And of course, if people are hungry and need humanitarian aid, of course, we're going to give it to them. There's a ton of money. But where's the rest of the money going on? I get so angry about this. What, Dan? Dan's like,
oh, I just said got a break in here.
Got a break.
Got a break.
Got a break. Dan's saying I got a break. So he's the boss. 855-839-1210. Another developing story around the corner and around the bend. Thanks for being here today.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Zuckerberg's company of Facebook and Instagram yesterday agreed to pay $25 million to settle Donald Trump's lawsuit alleging censorship. I gotta tell you, if you're Trump and you're just looking at Zuckerberg, he's cozying up to you. Now he has to give you $25 million. Remember the scene in Remember the Titans when Denzel Washington goes up to Gary Bertier and he's like, Gary, who's your daddy, Gary? If you want to get on that bus, who's your daddy, Gary? That's Trump right now to Mark Zuckerberg. And I love it. I love every bit of it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune in to a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Mary Ann Ritchie. Get the latest news and information affecting your health and wellness. Your Radio Doctor at a special time, this Saturday, February 8th at 10 a.m.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
You are not your diagnosis.
And vision loss does not define you.
Your drive defines you.
And we are here to let those challenged with blinding retinal diseases know
that we are driven too.
To be a beacon of strength.
A champion of courage.
An advocate for hope.
And we are stronger together.
We fund.
We fight.
We win.
We are the Foundation
Fighting Blindness.
Join the fight at fightingblindness.org.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The breaking news of this morning, as I've been talking about, first of all, the stock market already making the comeback, as I had indicated. And part of the reason for that is that Mexico's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, which Sheinbaum is not exactly the name that you expect from their president, but she's a physician and that's her married name. But she says that she has reached a deal with President Donald J. Trump, and they're gonna give this a month. So this is going to delay or halt the 25% tariffs that Trump has talked about for a month, and that's in exchange for these concessions on the border. Art of the deal. I've been saying this since 6 o'clock this morning. Thank you for those of you who listen to me and go, Dawn's right, because we know Trump. We know what he's all about, right? But as far as President Sheinbaum, she says that Mexico has agreed, yes, that they will help reinforce the U.S.-Mexico border with 10,000 personnel from Mexico's National Guard. So they're going to help down. They're going to help kind of crack down on the drugs and the human trafficking and especially the fentanyl dissemination into the United States. And she says that they had a good call this morning. I know Fox's, is this Jackie Heinrich?
Yep.
Who's like Peter Ducey's. They're now like little partners, I guess.
Wait, what?
I mean, not like personal.
Oh, I thought
like
you were saying
like,
that they were together now.
They're like a tag.
Sean Hannity situation on our hands.
I meant like a tag team, you know, because
Gotcha, yeah.
they probably need 4 people to cover Trump at this point. In the Pentagon. Listen,
Strictly platonic relationship.
Yes, work professional people.
Yeah, that was pretty short-lived. The president spoke with Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum, the two sides agreeing to pump the brakes on the tariffs and then retaliatory tariffs that Mexico promised for the period of a month while they work out the terms of an agreement. The Mexican president just posted some of the details. Mexico is going to immediately send 10,000 members of the National Guard to prevent drug trafficking from Mexico to the United States, particularly fentanyl. Also, she says the U.S. is going to work with Mexico to prevent the trafficking of high-powered weapons to Mexico, something that Mexico hit back at when President Trump was threatening these tariffs. Was they were calling on the U.S. to curb the flow of guns from the U.S. down to the cartels. Sheinbaum says the two teams are going to begin working today on 2 fronts, security and trade. And President Trump posted on Truth Social that part of that team is going to include Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick, as well as some representatives from Mexico.
So that's Jackie Heinrich, always does a great job. And I will just say this, that as far as this goes, I have no doubt that we'll hear that by the end of today. They will have all, not that they're singing, Kumbaya or anything of that nature, but they're all working together. And they know Trump by now. They know what he's after. And he's saying, why should we have to foot the bill? Look, the rest of the world, they need us. We are the, I'll say consumers. We are the gluttons. We love to shop. We love to eat, right? We're the consumers of the world. We're the buyers. and we are the biggity bigs. And for some reason, I don't know if you ever in your life, and maybe you're a kid and your parents told you, hold your head tall. And maybe Dan Borowski's parents told it because he's very tall.
Well,
hold your head tall.
Yeah, I took that one.
Right?
Yeah.
You didn't have that self-esteem, and they said, it's kind of like
Never had that self-esteem. Still don't have it.
you got to have that. Because the most powerful weapon you will possess, this is what they tell you in the Marines, the most powerful weapon you possess is your mind, your great mind. But I mean, it's as if we're that insecure person for some reason, that we're insecure, that we felt like, oh, yeah, we have to give to the world and we have to do for everybody else. And
it's all the victim.
Shame on us that we're wealthy and we're beautiful and we're fabulous and we're producers and we're consumers.
Shame.
Stop shaming us, world.
Shame.
We are the world. Dagnabbit.
It's all the virtue signaling is
Yeah.
what it is.
It's ridiculous.
It's the effects of virtue signaling for years that we are prioritizing looking good on social media to everyone else rather than actually getting stuff done for Americans and for ourselves. Like I'm so happy we're kind of moving out of that phase where people prioritize trying to impress one another by saying the right thing rather than doing the right thing.
Thank you. Well said. And you are very handsome and tall and smart. And you should not.
Well,
You still feel like you feel insecure. And you know why?
You want to
'Cause
put me on the couch?
I
Yes,
know.
Yes.
Well, all those media shows. This is what they've done to our men, to our young men, to our boys. They continue to do it, and they're not allowed to do this anymore. It's the war against like manhood or something bizarre. And
strength.
Yeah, the alpha male.
Yeah.
And isn't it funny? Oh, I just saw, you and Dom will get to this. There was something that I just glazed over, and it said that Trump's, in New York City, his approval rating is like through the roof in New York and throughout the country. I think a lot of people they're just sick and tired of all this, what we're talking about. And they want a strong leader who's going to stand by the American people. And this is a lesson learned, because even when the media this morning said, oh boy, look at the stock market, the futures are down, as we started out this morning in Kale & Co., right? And a lot of people get nervous, and that's what the media does. The media makes us all feel insecure about this administration. And so look at what's happening, and then ask yourself, is this good for America to get our neighbors to the north and south to help out a little bit? Is that reasonable? Yes, of course it is.
Meanwhile, we have one of those virtue signalers leading New Jersey, Dawn.
New Jersey.
Did you hear what he said?
Full stop. Whatever he said, Dan, it was full stop. What did he say?
Talking about, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Yeah, that's right. Governor Murphy admitting that he's housing an illegal immigrant in the
in the governor's mansion. Wait, in the governor's mansion, or was this back in the day?
No, this is just breaking now.
Man, he opens himself up for. Doug Emhoff is calling him up, going, "Yo, Murph, was she the nanny?
What is going on, Murph?
What's going on?"
Take a listen more.
The governor of New Jersey practically daring the agency to come to his own home. Democratic Governor Phil Murphy declared on Saturday that he and the First Lady are allowing someone pursuing legal status to stay at their home. The governor a little vague on this, but the bold admission came at an event during a broader discussion about the policies of the new Trump administration. Here is the governor. Listen.
And then he says wow.
Tammy and I were talking about,
Tammy and
I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Wow. And this, and we talked to ICE locally here, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, conducting these operations in New Jersey. Remember the operations that went down in Newark? That was late last month. But what about public trust? And is it in their personal home or is it in the I'm assuming it's their personal mansion and not the governor's mansion.
So.
But that raises so many questions. And now we don't have comment from ICE, by the way. So we have to follow this very carefully.
Yeah.
Dom Giordano. Speaking of that, that's why, isn't it awesome that we're live and local, that we just flow seamlessly throughout the day, bring you all the breaking news locally, nationally, statewide. Dom Giordano is in the house. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn. Yeah, I'm going to follow up on that. I don't think it's Drumthwacket. I think it's their personal house from what I can tell. And again, this is where ICE ought to go then. Calling attention to this woman in this situation, not helpful. But these grandstanders are amazing. We're also going to talk to Beth Ann Rossiga about Chester County, where these people are noble at Catholic Church feeding people. Mm-hmm. They have a spotless record, and suddenly they're broken up.
Well, I can't wait, and hopefully it breaks. Are they making this woman clean their house? Do you know what I'm saying, Dom? This
all I know is Tammy Murphy is never going to be a senator. That makes me happy. Ooh. Despite all the nonsense they did, she's not going to be it.
The Great Dom Show is right now.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. YouTube watch. Be watching in a moment. I'm going to show you a little bit of Zelensky over the weekend, and this got underplayed. You won't understand a word unless you can translate, I think, from Ukrainian. But we have a guest coming on about Ukraine at 12:30. A lot of knowledge on this, where Zelensky says he doesn't know where the $177+ billion went. He might know about $70 billion of it. Where's the rest of the money? Just as we've talked about with foreign aid and countries like Ukraine, the nonsense around this. I'll play that in a moment just so you hear him talking about it and you can visualize it. But a couple of breaking stories. One, Mexico says a month pause. Now, I am not going to raise the flag and salute and say this tariff stuff, which I'm not fully bought into. China, what President Trump did before the first time around, But I don't get the tariff with Canada. So I'm not going to just be waving the flag and endorsing it. But Mexico has agreed to send 10,000 National Guard to the border around the fentanyl issue. There's another angle to the fentanyl issue, though, that I saw today that I'll tell you about that is involved in what Trump is trying to negotiate that I do fully agree with to stop this unfair playing field. So there's a lot of balls in the air. President Trump to speak at 3 o'clock today with Canada's Trudeau. Canada is not responsible for fentanyl. So it's a little bit hard to understand, is this because of the Canadian imbalance? They're included in this with Mexico. Mexico's the problem. Now, we've declared these cartels domestic terrorists. They are. We ought to move to take them out in Mexico because Mexico is, look, I've been there, and even at that point in time, they seem to be somewhat wanting to deal with them, but they're unable. They're a narco state. They're afraid themselves. So sending 10,000 Mexican troops to the border is a good start. There'll be a pause. America agreed to be tougher on stopping high-powered weapons from coming into Mexico. Shutting down the border is a good thing, but the flow into Mexico is a little bit different. So Trudeau tells the Canadians to boycott U.S. products. So we're into this fully. Look, there's a reason why in most polling it's around 35-38% of people that support this. If you do, 855-839-1210, it's because it's damaging. With a country like Colombia, it was a brilliant ploy because we knew what Colombia would do. So do we want to go through a long battle with Canada, for example, over this? Now, with China, I think this is a necessary weapon given what they're doing around fentanyl. Will this force China to capitulate a bit on that? I don't think so. All right, so the other breaking story. Governor Murphy, I'm looking at more accounts than I had a moment ago because there's been an update on this. Governor Murphy announced yesterday that, and you heard the hemming and hawing in this about somebody that is not quite up to snuff with what they'd like their immigration status to be. What does that mean? He and his wife are allowing to live over their garage. Now, is that the garage in Italy, the $7 million villa that he goes to once a year? No, probably not that one. I don't think it's Drumflocket. That would be interesting if it was. I think it's his private mansion. Here's where this plays out right now, other than the insufferable arrogance of this man. Where this plays out now is every gubernatorial candidate should be asked about this if the media is doing their job. And if they won't answer, mark them down for their endorsing this. They think it's appropriate, this defiance. Now, I believe this is a felony. I believe this is a moment. I don't see the downside in taking Murphy on over this. He's putting this woman at risk by blabbing this. Here's what Murphy said, and listen to the hemming and hawing around this.
Tammy and I were talking about, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Good luck to the feds coming in. Well, I think this demands that Murphy give up more specifics on this. Now, is he trying to bait them into saying, see, they're going after this woman. All she needed was this one form. Is that what we're dealing with here? Why make that public? Because he does stuff like this. Because he has nothing else at this point. Because this attracts attention to it. Because he thinks this will rally people in New Jersey. Now, last night, the Democrats held their first primary debate. And they did not, in Jersey, for governor, they did not move away from any of the woke stuff or anything else that I could tell you about. They had a whole gaggle of people. I think tomorrow night is the Republican primary debate. But all these people, the 4 Republicans and the 6 or 8, whatever it is, Democrats ought to be asked about this question about what Murphy's doing. Do you support this? Is this the type of action you might take as a governor? Now, this really, even with the lazy media that's progressive in Jersey, this really sets this up toward the notion that, you know what? You're going to have to give us more on this. Do you support this? And if you say no comment, we take that means you support what he's doing. At least the defiance in broad terms you might be supporting. All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. This will be cut 9. I'm going to stop it at some point, but just so you can see how real this is. Here is Zelensky, and you can follow this. You can watch this on YouTube, sitting there with some media members in Ukraine saying, well, he doesn't know where the lion's share of the $177 billion is. He can only account for about $70 billion that we sent to Ukraine. Cut 9.
Тому що там різна допомога. Дивіться.
Pause. Where do we spend it?
Раніше чув, і сьогодні ми чуємо від Сполучених Штатів.
Oh, I don't think it was that.
Що Америка дала Україні сотні мільярдів.
All right. So if you translate Ukrainian, you might have it a little bit more broadly. But the point is, here he is in front of the media telling them that, hey, he does not know where a great amount of this money is. Now, we have a guy coming on, international lawyer Bob Amsterdam at 12:30. He's been on with me before, who talks about the religious abuses, shutting down churches, shutting down just everything that Zelensky doesn't like in Ukraine. That's going on. It's kind of underplayed. But I'll ask him about this. I'll ask him also about Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard, apparently, tomorrow, at least some are saying her confirmation vote will be tomorrow in committee. We don't know if it's going to be secretive or not. And RFK Jr.'s is scheduled for tomorrow. I put it at 50-50. He gets through. This guy, Cassidy, could stop it. Now, there would be another chance at it, and Cassidy would be in deep trouble as a Republican. But if I had to guess, I think he might vote against RFK Jr. Okay, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Henry, is this cut 7? Is this Kenyatta, Malcolm Kenyatta?
I don't know
Cut
that off
7.
the top of my head. No, I have no idea.
Well, he's a Philadelphia, but it was a DNC guy. Now, this guy, Malcolm Kenyatta, has been wildly progressive. He ran for every office imaginable. Listen to him try to explain gender. The DNC said they're going to double and triple down. They put David Hogg in there, or Hogg, the survivor. Well, I don't know if he was any really near it, of the shooting in Florida, if you remember. And he is a guy on the Second Amendment, particularly, that's radical. So why are they doing this? Well, they're just saying we're going to continue the same tactic. And we think somehow or another people are going to move away from Trump. So listen to this explanation. This guy's the new DNC chair. He's from Philadelphia. He's a representative. He's been on the show before. Here's what he says about gender.
Our rules specify that when we have a gender non-binary candidate or officer, the non-binary individual is counted as neither male nor female, and the remaining 6 offices must be gender balanced. With the results of the previous elections, our elected officers at this point are currently 2 male and 2 female. In order to be gender balanced, we must add 1 male, 1 female, and 1 person of any gender.
All right, so we're doubling down. I don't know about the 4th person there. We're going to continue to play the gender game. All right, let me give you the side question. We'll take your calls today. Montgomery County, I'm not sure if this is gender, is hosting in the very near future, we saw the other day, a big, by the way, I was told the guy that, the Mr. Softy Truck guy, deeply wants to be governor, the head commissioner out there in Montgomery County, the guy that is just cartoonish. is going to run for governor once Shapiro hangs it up. I know it's down the road, but that's what you're going to see. They are holding their name change clinic. So our little spin-off of that, we'd like to hear a name from you today, and it's all in the telling, all in the story, that has the in it in the person's name. For example, they could be called the Bard, meaning Shakespeare, or they could be called Alexander the Great, or of. Now, of course, we'll take Jesus of Nazareth off, Joan of Arc. I mean, those are two obvious ones that are not going to be the winner. So, Henry, what's yours today, the or of? What do you want to go with?
How about the Say Hey Kid, the late, great Willie Mays, one of, if not the best ball players of all time.
Right. The can be at the beginning rather than at the end.
Yes. And we'll take another one off
Well,
for the
first
middle
of all,
here.
I would just say officially on the show, he is the greatest player in baseball history.
All right, all right.
Without a doubt, it's not even essentially that close.
I'm more of a Hank Aaron guy, you know, the namesake and everything.
Yeah,
So
I hear you. He's great, without a doubt. But
and then
the drama, the playing center field, that's what does it, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can agree with you there on that much. All right, but anyway, the other one I'll take off is the inspiration behind Dracula, and that would be Vlad the Impaler.
That's always a great one. How many guys have the Impaler around their name? So, okay.
Not many.
Okay, so it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is push pound 1210. Dan, do you have one?
Yeah, I got a couple of them, Dom. How about The Rock from the world of WWE?
The Rock is a great one, yes.
And how about, are we taking Spanish translations?
Sure.
How about
Yeah.
El Chapo?
Yes,
Ooh.
the Chapo. Yeah. Whatever that Chapo stands for.
And we're
yes.
sticking with Spanish translations. Let's go with El Matador, the Matador, that being the Don. How about Luka Doncic?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, some fat guy who'll break down in about a year and a half. Yes.
I figured you'd have that take on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
We've
horrible.
seen enough of it in town,
Oh,
haven't we?
yeah, exactly. I mean, my God, but they got taken here. I don't get it. Why you would go with that, but okay. 855-839-1210. You get on board. You can hit us with that at the end of your call. So only 38% in various polls. So let's put it 35 to 40% support the tariff thing with Trump. Appears to be working with Mexico. Is it on paper? Even Maria Bartiromo, I'll play you her coming up. No bigger Trump supporter. Told Trump this is unnerving the markets. I don't like the tariff strategy overall. There's a reason why this has not worked before. Against somebody like Colombia, yeah. Mexico, did Mexico blink here? Maybe. But you see the difficulty with Canada here because what is this based on with Canada? Mexico, we have a real gripe. That is fentanyl. China, why only 10% with China? I would put it up more with China. China is the real enemy at the end. All right, so 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do, you get in first, push pound 1210.
This month, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight salutes Marine Corps veteran Joey Fay. Hey, it's Nick here. Join us this Wednesday morning as we shine a spotlight on this outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Our Veteran Spotlight is this Wednesday from Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
The exclusive crash-proof retirement system is tried and true, outperforming the market through the worst of economic times, as it did for crash-proof consumer Larry Kipp. In 2007, Mr. Kipp's crash-proof system earned 15.8% interest, outperforming the S&P. When the crash of 08 struck and the market dropped over 37%, his crash-proof system lost nothing. Mr. Kipp did not have to recover from the crash. His system credited 10.8% interest permanently to his account, as others tried to recoup what they already had.
People talking about all the money that they lost, and I could sit there and say, well, I didn't lose any. I knew that I couldn't lose principal, and so when the crash came, I knew my money was safe. I would say that there is a crash-proof retirement. I have proof of it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The NTSB has recovered the black box from the plane crash in Northeast Philly. City Council will take up 4 bills aimed at cutting red tape on affordable housing in Philadelphia. And Beyoncé won Album of the Year for the first time at the Grammys last night for Cowboy Carter.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. 855-839-1210. So Bill Devlin, just back from Syria, texted me over the weekend, reminding me that this Friday, and we'll try to have the dad on, is the birthday of the officer Fitzgerald, Sergeant Fitzgerald at Temple, and that February 18th was the day that he was murdered in cold blood. And Larry Krasner will not go with the death penalty, not anywhere near the death penalty. But I'll tell you what Krasner is really going to go after here. Krasner over the weekend told the Inquirer that if you want to do Nazi stuff, meaning the deportations, don't come to Philadelphia. We're not going to allow people to put on jackboots and gray uniforms, the Kras said. Local elected officials cannot be forced to comply with the Trump administration's Nazi stuff. Local law enforcement can not volunteer. I'm sure I stand with all my colleagues. Maybe there's some local jackboots and gray uniforms that march behind us, but not us. And then he threw the Proud Boys in here, Larry, at the end. Any ICE agent, any Proud Boy who thinks hate crimes are cool, thinks I can get away with anything because there's a king in D.C. No, you can't. That's not how it's going to work. Try me. Always we're trying him, except vicious killers. Now, apparently over at Temple, one of them appears to be a student, at least one or two, and one filming, pretended to be ICE agents. Now, again, word of warning with this. This is not going to be Matt Temple all over this, you know, and I get it. Okay. Student might be kicked out of school, etc. Watch Krasner on this one, though. Now, somebody murdering somebody, some vicious drug dealer. Yeah, well, life happens. This, though, is the end of the world. Not good. Don't be doing this. It's not what we want to be seen as doing here. Okay? So we'll have more on that as it develops. But I really liked what Sean Duffy, the head of the Department of Transportation, said over the weekend. He started to go through some of the things before we move on that happened in this horrific plane crash over the Potomac. And he said there's a time and place for military training. Now, when I came on, and talked about this week, the day after, as things were developing. I thought there'd be people going after me. How dare you? The military should train wherever they want to train. No, they shouldn't. I was trying to find, is there any combat readiness, like a crowded area? No, just the fort's there. The helicopters are there. So they were going to train there. Not appropriate. We shouldn't be doing this. It's already too crowded. That's one thing to filter out. This FAA regulation that allowed the head guy in the tower to send somebody home and make one person do two things ought to be fired. The regulation ought to be taken away, and that should be done by Congress as quickly as possible. Well, we're busy with other stuff. Well, then shut up. If you can't do something like this and say, no, you're not going to be doing that. The next level is hearings immediately on why they don't have enough people as air traffic controllers. It appears to be true that they were not going to accept white guys as air traffic controllers at a certain point. It wasn't diverse enough. So we end up with the same situation here. Are these things going to be remembered in this news cycle, though? Probably not. But I would like to see Pete Hegseth order the military stop all the training over the Potomac. No, don't do it. Do it somewhere else. If sadly something goes wrong with a helicopter, for example, well, that's bad, but you're not crashing into innocent people on a plane. Why were we doing that? Well, you don't understand. We're not going to be Buffalo, but you're going to have to prove that you should have had a helicopter in there. Those are just a few of the takeaways. The DEI piece is there, putting more stress on the system. Of course, this didn't have to happen. Are we going to figure out why the pilots were so high as far as altitude and why they didn't take evasive maneuvering here? Is it they thought when they talked to UC the jet, they meant the other jet that may have been landing? My God. This is just taken too cavalierly. That's the bottom line on this. You can't trust the people involved in this. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. I'm monitoring to see the next wrinkle in Murphy harboring someone who's here illegally. Now, is Murphy trying to make a point that this is just a mix-up, that the person is really just sort of here legally and they're waiting for final documentation to have ICE raid it to make a point? Well, federal government ought to be able to figure this out. They ought to surveil first, and then they ought to move on this. And again, will the media in Jersey say that Murphy is putting himself above the law? Isn't that what they're doing? And the wife? That's exactly what they're doing. And they're putting this woman at risk to be arrested for their virtue signaling or whatever they're trying to provoke here. So you don't want to go in guns a-blazing, so to speak, now. Check it out, figure out what the best strategy is, and then move on it. As much as I can tell about this, it seems to be over the garage at his mansion, not at Drumflocket, which is a very nice place. I was there during the McGreevy years.
You go hang out there,
Yes, that's when Jim McGreevy, we had a attractive female program director, says, Dom, when she went to the bathroom, how do you get any work done? Wow. And here he's gay. I didn't know anything. I don't know he was gay.
I'm trying too hard. Is that what was going on there? He's trying.
Well, I thought it was kind of unusual. He didn't know me that much.
No, we don't say that over here.
And I've attacked him a number of times. I'm, of course, thinking they're miking me up here. They're trying to get me in some kind of sexual harassment. I don't know. Whatever do you mean? She's a female. She's a coworker. I don't go by genders.
That's hilarious.
There you go. All right, let's go to Charles in Orland to start off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charlie, welcome in.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Good.
I think I ought to check into that and then call Murphy's bluff.
Yeah, well, it has to be carefully done. We got to see exactly what does he mean this woman is missing. Is he trying to get them to come flying in, as if she were a criminal? But no, they should do that. Or they ought to ask him, well, what's the status? And if he doesn't answer, well, then they got to surveil and they have to do something about it. But, Charlie, this is going to play out in the governor's race. I bet these Democrats are sweating right now because every one of them is going to be asked, if you were governor, would you do something like this?
Yeah, and as far as Montgomery County, what they're doing here is just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, well, I heard pretty reliably over the weekend at an event that this guy wants to be governor. Can you imagine the Mr. Softy Truck guy across the Commonwealth? Charlie, what's your answer for the side question?
I know he didn't like it, but Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, Wilt did not like Wilt the Stilt. It's one of those, I don't know, the first guy. There were so many other things you could have done with Wilt, Mr. 20,000, but
yeah, it does kind of portray you as frail and thin and, just generally.
Well, he didn't want to be known for his real height. I think his real height was well over 7 feet. I saw him up pretty close, and he was every bit of 7 feet.
Yeah, I mean, that's like what Kevin Durant does. Like, he's listed at 6'9", but he's not.
Yeah. Wilt was 7 feet. So, okay, Wilt the Stilt, though. Sometimes these are nicknames, sports. Sometimes they're fictional. Give us one of. I'm particularly interested in of, like Jesus of Nazareth, Dom of South Philly. There you go. Hit us with that, and we'll get your name ready to go into the hat. All right, coming up, I played you Zelensky talking about not knowing where, well, it's hard to, he doesn't know about maybe $100 billion. Where did it go? I didn't see that. I only know about $70 billion. But a lot more is going on in Ukraine than that. There's a lot of suppression of religion. We talked about this with a special guest, international lawyer extraordinaire Bob Amsterdam will be with us in a moment. And he told us about this happening, a year or so ago, I think it was, at least a year. And Ukraine, with Trump so far, not much happening, not much movement there. But we'll talk to Amsterdam about that. But if you're just joining us, Murphy blurting out, well, he seems like he wanted to be known. They're harboring someone here illegally over his garage. They have a room there. 855-839-1210. Jump on board on Talk Radio 1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bucks County Estate Traders is giving you early access to their huge President's Day savings event. Save 15% off everything in the store with many items up to 25% off. Discover their massive 16,000-piece showroom in Hatfield filled with beautiful, high-quality furniture. Furnish every room in your house in one trip. QR codes on every piece provide all the info at your fingertips, and their industry-leading staff will help you find exactly what you need. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom today. Hurry in and tell them you heard it here.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. Big issues, big guests. Bob Amsterdam is an international lawyer. He seems to be sporadically back here in the United States. That's when he's joined us. Here's a recent white paper prepared by Amsterdam and Partners. Ukraine is complicit in the wholesale suppression of religious freedom. In January 2023, the Ukrainian government proposed legislation to ban the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, a major Christian denomination with a long history. And then he goes through talking about that. I just played you Zelensky talking about not knowing where's this 177 billion. I never saw that. I only know about 70 billion. My goodness. All right, let's go to attorney Bob Amsterdam on Talk Radio 1210. Bob, welcome back to the States. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, Bob, we played over the weekend Zelensky talking about how they don't know where $177 billion is. So Ukraine strikes me as a place where a lot of stuff can happen and nobody knows anything, except it's probably not good. We talked about this suppression of religion. What's the latest on that?
Well, I have to tell you, I was in Ukraine almost a year ago now, visiting priests who had been beaten, tortured, jailed, having their churches stolen by ultra-right forces, members of a new state church. Our church is 1,000 years old. The Ukrainians, with the assistance of American money, set up a new church with the assistance of our former Secretary of State, Mr. Pompeo, and Miss Newland from the State Department. They set up a new state-sponsored church, and that church is out to destroy this 1,000-year-old church, fabricating allegations of Russian relationships and whatever, which is complete garbage, and using that as a pretext to steal real estate, as I said, beat up, torture, and jail innocent priests. I tell you, it's so shocking. It so defies imagination that U.S. tax dollars are being spent persecuting Christians in Ukraine.
Now, Bob, what about the new administration? On your white paper, you have a link to J.D. Vance on this whole matter. What about Vance on this?
Listen, I have nothing but the highest regard for Vice President Vance. He spoke out in the Senate when no one would. I can't tell you how many senators we pounded on their doors. Democrats wouldn't even meet us. It was completely shameful. You would think I was representing Adolf Hitler in Tel Aviv. I mean, these people would not speak to me.
So, Bob, their argument, and let's go back to that, is that Putin and the Orthodox Church in Russia are a branch of his, geopolitical military, and that's all that Ukraine is doing. Is that their argument on this? That's all they're trying to rein this church in for?
Oh, it's so much. It's frankly so much crap. I mean, there is absolutely, and I can say this, absolutely, the people I've met, and remember, I'm banned from Russia. I defended Putin's opponents. I was arrested at 2 a.m. I'm the least sympathetic individual to Mr. Putin, but trying to turn these innocent priests into enemies of the state is shocking. And not only that, by the way, the passage by the Ukrainian parliament of a bill to ban a church is illegal, criminal, and has not been done in Europe since the Nazis. So you got to ask yourself, if somebody you think is committing treason, well, you charge them and you put them in jail and you give them a fair trial. You don't ban an entire church. You don't engage in collective punishment. This is a crass political ploy by Zelensky, who is appealing to the ultra-right nationalists in his own country. It's a political ploy, and he doesn't care if he's taking and destroying this 1,000-year-old critical piece of Ukrainian culture. And by the way, we're the majority church. The people fighting his war on the front lines are our church members.
So at the end of this white paper, you're urging people to contact President Trump, J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Rubio on this. Have you gotten any signal or any word from J.D. Vance since he was, even as a senator, on board?
You know, as I said, one of the things we try to do, we don't want to be very political. Our position is bringing it to their attention. So, yes, we've sent copies, but, these are important men with important missions. And while I believe our case is important, they're just beginning the transition. And I don't want to irritate people. We have until May before this church is completely destroyed. I'm coming back in a few weeks. I'm hopeful to try to meet some people. As I said to you, people a year ago wouldn't meet with me here. You would think we had some sort of typhus. They were so afraid of offending this man Zelensky that in the United States they turned into a god, that they were afraid of meeting a representative of Ukraine's majority church.
Do you find this would seem to be a 60 Minutes piece, but Bob, do you find the media reluctant because they're pro-Zelensky on this and they don't want to hear anything that chips away at that?
Let me tell you something. The Washington Post did a hit piece on me talking about whether I should apply for FARA. I had been telling them and introducing them to priests who were locked in their homes, priests who were being sent to Russia criminally as hostages. They didn't want to hear any of it. It's the same thing with all the big papers. Their reporters are writing books about the wonders of Ukraine, and they literally are propagandists, and they do not want to hear the truth of what's happening. Now, I happen to support Ukraine in its legitimate fight for survival. No question. I support the army. I have a lot of issues about this man, Zelensky, and how he's taken away freedom of speech, elections, media. I mean, it's incredible. It is a police state. I've been followed by their police. I've had a criminal investigation opened against me. I wasn't sure I'd get out of that country without being arrested, and my entire basis for being there was to defend the church. It was incredible.
Bob, for listeners, would you say the best place to go is the Save the UOC website, savetheuoc.com?
Absolutely. That's the best place. And please, I beg them to please speak to their religious leadership, who could then perhaps exert some pressure on the Ukrainians. Our interest is not on U.S. policy. It's on Ukrainian policy. We want Ukraine to stop doing this to their church.
Absolutely. SaveTheUOC.com. Bob, always a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Right. Bob Amsterdam here. We've talked with him several times. Same kind of issue, just getting worse. SaveTheUOC.com. I think J.D. Vance will be the guy that you'll see in this that will be knowledgeable on it, and you'll hear a little bit more about it. All right. 855-839-1210. That's the way that you get on board. The Diane Cardano event over the weekend was tremendous, even more than usual. So when we tell you about Diane Cardano, selling your home, people there really got a lot of great information about how do you do that. Met a lot of listeners. Thank you for coming out. And again, we periodically will be doing this. Okay, the side question today, coming off this Montgomery County, more name changes. A name with the or of The could come before, it could come toward the end. That's what we're looking for. Let's go to Chris in Malvern. And Chris, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chris.
Hi. I bet Donald or President Trump probably has somebody monitoring your show. So I'm going to make a suggestion that he extend the tariff to every Canadian professional hockey player, because they're all a bunch of deadbeats who don't pay income tax anyway. And that'll put some pressure on them.
I have to check
and that
on
includes
that.
the Flyers.
I didn't know that they didn't pay income tax. All right.
Yeah, that's what I read.
Okay. Go ahead, Chris. What's your answer on the side question?
Well, this is the third time I've carried the cross, only to be crucified by Dan.
Yes.
But back in the 70s, Bruce Springsteen really was the boss.
Oh, here we go again. All right, the boss.
Oh, wait, Chris is calling from Malvern. He's in Pennsylvania. Like, he doesn't have a stake in this fight, and he's still doing this.
Well, the boss is universal. Maybe he grew up in Jersey. I don't know.
Not universal.
The boss.
Come on, he's Jersey specific.
All right.
It's in the tri-state area.
The tri-state area. Okay. That's what we're looking for. The boss is a good example of the. I need some more ofs, though. The ofs might be a little bit harder. I don't know how you get the of. I haven't heard of an of recently in the last 10 years or so.
They've only been anointed on this show. Joe of Exton. Joe of
Exton. Yes, that's right. Yes, yeah. Joe of Exton, though, sounds biblical. Like he's back there in Palestine or something. All right, yeah. You don't hear the of as much, and I don't know when that stopped. Yeah, you got that. Coming up, we're going to talk with Beth Ann Rossico. Always a great update. These people in Chester County, Scott Presler's on today. I'm getting an update. Chester County is going to be red by the end of this year, if not sooner. Here you got a great group through a church providing helpful, warm meals, as I understand it, to individuals down on their luck. And the county people come in and say, nope, not going to be doing that anymore. Violation of something or other that has nothing to do with any reality.
Healthy.
All right, so that this will be, it's helpful, but that's,
healthy.
Yeah. Now, healthy is what you'll be if you eat a healthful meal. Okay. The Cardano event, though, Diane's the go-to. That's where you want to go constantly. Nothing yet, though. This is a big moment here where President Trump talked with the Mexican president, and now we have a month pause. She says they'll send 10,000 National Guard to the border. I'll give you a little bit later his brilliant column today about how the Chinese, just by one tax break, are able to flood America with fentanyl. It has something to do with taxation that they get away with that American companies can't. Look, I know people get it because of Trudeau. I get it, the whole Trudeau stuff. But the enemy here is China. They're the enemy of the world. They only have the 10% tariff, not exactly understanding that. But for Mexico now, it's paused. Trump talks with Trudeau at 3 o'clock today. No, they don't want to become a state. It'll be about the tariff. We'll see if that eases it. But the markets are not having any of it. We'll play you Maria Bartiromo coming up, asking Trump about that. And she's as pro-Trump as they come. It's worked with Mexico a bit today. Is this a good move, though? We know this whole tariff thing ends badly for everybody. It just does. It's been proven. You can bully a country like Colombia. Canada, maybe Trump senses is on the ropes, Trudeau on the way out. Well, they cave, like the Mexicans sort of gave ground. 855-839-1210.
What's better than watching your hometown team? Watching the big game with your favorite hometown treat, Tasty Cake. Hey, Philly, this is John Ritchie. Our home team will be playing in New Orleans for the big game, and Tasty Cake is cheering them on as they fight to bring home another championship. As you prepare for the game, make sure you're stocked up on your favorite Tasty Cake treats like Juniors, Crimpets, and Candy Cakes. Your crew will love enjoying their favorite Philly snacks as they cheer the team on to victory. Tasty Cake. Except no substitutes.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua as a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So we have Phil Murphy at this event yesterday, trying to get more information on that, blurting out, well, this woman might have, could have, is close to being here legally, but she's not. So we just said, we'll let you hole up in our mansion in Jersey above the garage, even though you're here illegally. That's right. And I'd like to see the feds do something about that. So, you know, I haven't seen as much media coverage of this. The Inquirer, I'm looking. This is not a big deal. You have a sitting governor, major state. Say to the feds, no. You know, if they're willing to come into churches and schools, certainly they can go in above Phil Murphy's garage. Here's Fetterman again, though. And Fetterman has a different take on this. Once again, I got to say, he sees this pretty clearly. Here's Fetterman over the weekend.
So what obligations do or don't you think local officials have with respect to the feds and these deportations?
I hope every local official would agree that anyone here, any of the migrants that are here with criminal backgrounds or engaging in criminal behavior, I think they should support that. Now, if ICE comes to round them up, I hope they would provide that kind of support. I certainly would never support terrorizing otherwise innocent migrants in those kinds of situations, or kicking in a door at a school. But I think you can all agree that every migrant here with a criminal background or engaging in criminal behavior should all needs to go.
Pretty blunt for the Democrats. Is this guy really a Democrat? All right, so he gets it. Yet I'm reading the Delaware County newspaper today. Trump's mass deportations order comes with questions and concerns in Delaware County. And a guy that I'd like to get on board is the mayor of Kennett Square, where he seems to be all over the map and says, well, it's a broken system. No, Mr. Mayor, it's you need mushrooms picked. That's why Houlihan voted against Lake and Riley. That's why she did it. They're all in it together out there in Chester County, at least the significant numbers of people. They want that labor to be there for those mushrooms, and that's it. So we've invited him on. We'll see if he comes on and says it's a broken system. Nobody in Washington has the desire in fixing it. No, the system's not broken. The system is you go through the legal channels to come here. You don't get across the border. And we don't continue to have all this invasion. That's not a broken system. That's pretty clear. This is the reference point. Mary Gay Scanlon also in the paper saying relatively the same thing. And we're going to resist this. Well, I'm saying don't rush in to Phil Murphy's garage. Surveil it. Ascertain what you can about the background of the woman they're allowing to defy the law. And then make a judgment to go in and arrest. And if Murphy or Mrs. Murphy interfere, then arrest them also. Now, this is gold with these Democrat candidates for governor. What are they going to say about it? Tomorrow night, Matt Rooney, and we'll get him on. Matt is going to be one of the people that are on the debate panel for the Republican primary. And Democrats have to be asked about this, too. There's one Republican, I think, the guy Bramick. I don't know. He might not say to arrest this woman, to move on this, that you can't allow the governor to act in this manner. What are Democrats going to say about it? And again, I think Homan and ICE know about this now. I think they're doing the right thing, though. I think they're looking to figure it out before they move in. And I applaud them. How close is this woman? What is it that she's missing to be here legally? Tom in Marlton's with us on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tom, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon, Dom and Dan.
Well, good to have you back, Tom. How are things?
It's always nice to talk to you guys. Things are good.
Good.
You know, it's a Monday, back to work. But, hey, we're still here. That's what counts.
All right. What's your
well, I just want to say one thing, Dom. I have a lot of liberal friends that are going crazy right now. But they all seem to bring up the same thing. How can you have voted for a convicted felon? And correct me if I'm wrong, but in that kangaroo court that convicted him,
right?
Then the judge, before the trial even started, didn't the judge come out and say, "Oh yeah, I think he did some things wrong"?
Right. Well, right. And we haven't gotten the sentence yet. So for your friends, Tom, there's no conviction fully until you get the sentencing here. And this is kind of up in the air whether they ever will sentence him.
Exactly. And the judge's daughter is a big-time a Democrat, right? Fundraiser?
Huge fundraiser. There's a lot of stuff involved with that. Yep, without a doubt.
Yeah.
So Tom, give us your side.
Yes, we're going to go with one of the all-time greats, arguably you could say one of the greatest ever to play the game, but one of his nicknames back in the day, it was the Sultan of SWAT.
Very good. Yeah, now that's not like Wilt the Stilt, the Sultan of SWAT. I don't know if Babe Ruth minded that one or not. All right, that's a good one, though. That gets the of in there, so we got some ups. 855-839-1210. Beth Ann Rossica is next. writes at Broad and Liberty. She's got a story of a church group feeding people, doing it well, no problems, and then suddenly the Chester County authorities say, no, you're not going to be able to do that anymore. She's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, HIMS can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209, 800-211-5209.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Beth Ann Rossica is one of our all-time favorites, of course, writing over the weekend at Broad and Liberty. Headline, Chester County bureaucrats end hot meals for needy Westchester families. And the broader thing is here, why in the world would government engage in this type of thing. When you have a program that's working, feeding people with dignity, helpful food, the whole thing. Why? Because sadly, by and large, that's what government does. And that's why people growing, I mean, it goes way back to Ronald Reagan. You know, those words, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. All the way back to that. Not so. They're not here to do that. They're here at best to just be kind of bureaucratic, which is always something that strangles something good. Let's go to Beth Ann here and give you the details on this and what can be done to stop this on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Beth Ann, welcome back.
Thanks, Dom. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
Well, this is a perfect example, writ small here, of a great program. You write about St. Agnes Catholic Church, the Dorothy Day Center, local community, 32 years, and how they provide this helpful food, light breakfast, and a healthy hot lunch for people. And then all of a sudden, the Chester County people ended the program citing regulatory violations.
Yes, it's insane, Dom, and I'll fair warn you that I get fired up about a lot of things,
right,
but I am really, really fired up about this. I mean, it is just absolutely unconscionable what the Chester County Health Department is doing, and my article lays out exactly what the issues are, but there's two pieces to this, because, you know, when I first found out about this and I made an appointment, I went and met with the director and the founder of this Dorothy Day Center. This woman volunteers her time. She has been doing this for 32 years. She founded this program. They have over 400 volunteers.
Wow.
They have 150 people who sign up to cook meals, hot, healthy meals for needy people in our community. And these folks, they sign up, you know, months in advance. They prepare a hot meal, you know, maybe lasagna or pasta or chicken, whatever it is, you know, with a healthy side and a drink. And you know, the interesting thing is that, you know, when I first found out about this, obviously my main concern was for all the poor people who are now not getting a nutritious hot meal. They're getting, you know, pizza or, you know, ordering things, you know, from the Giant, you know, those chickens or whatever, not the kind of healthy meals that somebody would prepare in their home. And one of the people I talked to said, you know, they've really taken away our ability to give back. All of these cooks, 150 people who donate their time lovingly to prepare these meals, they feel like that the government has taken away their ability to minister to their community. This is a travesty on so many different levels.
I love that, too.
It's
I
just
love
insane.
that. It's not just the people being served, it's the others feeling that they're fulfilling, as you write in their article, their mission to be doing. And staggering the numbers, over 1 million meals have been served. In 2022, 12,578 breakfasts, 37,163 lunches. My goodness.
Right. And if it's not, you know, if it's not broken, we don't need to fix it. The health department has never given them a hard time about this. There has never been an issue. And all of a sudden, last year, this is now a problem. No one's ever getting sick. Nobody's ever complaining. The health department is claiming now, after 31 years, that this is a commercial kitchen and it has to be licensed as a commercial kitchen in order for them to prepare or to serve these meals that are prepared in individuals' homes. It is ludicrous. And I was so fired up about this last week.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, Beth Ann. I know how fired up about it. Let me join you here. I was looking for it. They actually say it, Beth Ann. You have to wear a hairnet at home while cooking.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yes,
That's
yes,
it.
Yes.
Can you imagine? The
I mean,
hairnet. No.
So even worse, so I went last week, so the Department of Health has a monthly board of directors meeting. So I went to their meeting, and I wasn't even going to speak. I was just there to listen to see what was being said. Well, Jean Franklin, the director of the Department of Health for Chester County, sat there at that meeting and told her board and those of us in the audience that the reason that this is happening is because her interpretation of the state regulations is stricter than other counties.
Oh, goodness.
She admitted this. She said this. And only one board member, there's 5 appointed board members, only one board member, Rafi, stood up and said, listen, like, I don't understand this. Like, other counties are doing this. Like, I volunteered at church. We do this. Like, I don't see what the big deal is. And she is just doubling down. And part of why I'm so irate about this is that our Chester County commissioners are allowing the health department and this woman, Jean Franklin, to run roughshod over the residents of Chester County. This is the same woman who kept schools closed longer than most other areas, who forcibly masked our children. She's responsible for exponential academic loss. You know, we had increased domestic violence, increased child abuse, all of these bad decisions that she made because of her interpretation of regulations and guidance. And now she is doing it again. And the people who are paying the price are poor, homeless, seniors, people that have nothing and depend on this hot meal 5 days a week.
And I bet the camaraderie of it, meeting people there, seeing people.
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. And one of the things that broke my heart when I interviewed Barb Kirby, the director of the program, she said, you know, we run lunch from 12 to 2. And generally people would stagger in. You know, they'd come in at different times. They'd sit, they'd enjoy, they'd chat. And now she's like, we have a line outside the door at noon because people are afraid we're going to run out of food. And the reality is that we do run out of food on some days. And like, I just don't even understand how the commissioners or Jean Franklin can lay their head on their pillow at night and live with themselves. Honestly, I told the church, I said, if I were you, I would tell the health department to go pound sand. You have no jurisdiction over us. We are going to continue to minister to the poor in our community and sue us. Take us to court. If you want to waste taxpayer dollars, then take us to court. But they're trying to do the right thing. They're trying to work with the health department. But honestly, I don't think the health department is going to budge on this. So either they're going to have to spend a ton of money, they're going to have to, create a whole bunch of stuff, and it's ludicrous. It is an absolute waste of taxpayer dollars. Clearly, right. They have nothing more important to do.
Yeah, like prisons that keep people in. I mean, it's it's too. We talked to Guy Shiraki, Beth Ann, about this, so I'll give you a whack at. It's the voters too. Now, Chester County's coming back. Scott Presler's on today at 2, and it's his target to do what he did in Bucks. I see the registrations changing. Shiraki says, well, but the Democrats like Houlihan, their demeanor is what the suburbs want. Even if they're draconian, they don't vote for the Lake and Riley Act. You have these commissioners who are Democrats. This one woman, Marie Holland, in your piece, says this is their ministry to the people that you talked about, the 150 people or so engaged in that. That's true. And I really like how you're underlining, yes, it's the poor seniors in this, but it's also the people who experience what they believe their faith teaches enjoy in doing this.
Yes, absolutely. And, the irony of all of this, Dom, is that, these hardcore Democratic progressives that, run Chester County, that run Westchester Borough, they talk a good game. They talk about these are the people we have to help. These are the people that we have to stand up for. But yet, where are our elected officials, our Democratic elected officials, now telling the health department, how could you turn these people away? Our policies and procedures and regulations are more important and overly, regulated than actually feeding people who are hungry. Like, it's ludicrous. It makes absolutely no sense.
So bottom line on this, then, they're trying to work with the health department, but any other avenue that's a solution here?
Well, I mean, honestly, I told the church I would tell them to go pound sand, and they're going to do what they want to do. What I would encourage listeners, anybody listening that you live in Chester County, bombard the Chester County commissioners. Email them, call them, tell them what nonsense this is. Jean Franklin works for the county commissioners. They can tell her to stop doing what she is doing at any point in time, and yet they refuse. It's the same thing they did during COVID and school closures. That's why today's piece came out. It's about Groundhog Day coming early to Chester County. Honestly, when I was sitting in that meeting last Thursday, listening to Jean Franklin tell us that her interpretation was more strict than other counties, I literally felt like I was in that movie with Bill Murray, Groundhog Day, where he relives the same reel over and over again. And that is exactly the tyranny that Jean Franklin is imposing on Chester County. So get out, make your phone calls, send your emails, bombard them, and tell them to back off.
All right, and the piece is at Broad and Liberty, Chester County bureaucrats and hot meals for needy Westchester families, Groundhog Day. Beautifully done, Beth Ann. It is outrageous. And again, when will the suburbs turn against this sort of stuff? I see elements of it. But it's slow progress. Thank you, Beth Ann.
It is. Thank you, Dom. Thanks so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
All right. Beth Ann Rossica here on Talk Radio 1210. It's hard, but, well, not if your view of the government is much like mine in many instances. Why are you people always telling people in Talk Radio you're anti-government? Well, look at this. Hairnets in your own home. Has there been any problem with this? No. And it's not even the law. It's her interpretation of it, even versus other counties. Even the Montgomery County maniacs are not interpreting it this way. Wow. So one woman, one crazy, throws up in the air something beautiful like this. Now, which party is going to sit by and have people like that in charge doing something like this? Progressives, Democrats, liberals, government. Well, you don't want protection of food here. Are you nuts? Really? Have there been any incidents? Is there anything difficult with this? No. And you mean to say if we went behind the scenes in any kind of establishment that's a public establishment, that we would not see things that would make you blanch? Henry, you had something?
Well, I was just thinking, like the St. Agnes Day Room, like I volunteered there as a kid.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, like, I mean, years ago.
Right.
But like, I think it's ridiculous to shut it down over, something as dumb as hairnets when a lot of it's just prepackaged stuff.
Right, okay.
I mean, just people looking to get something to eat, a quick bite,
Right, yeah.
People who can't afford it, and you're shutting it down because why? The people who are volunteering their time there don't have hairnets?
Well, they're cooking it at home.
Oh, they're cooking it at home.
Home
God
cook.
forbid.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Again, like the mass cooking we've seen in most establishments, is that sanitary? Well, maybe not, depending.
Yeah, I mean, if they had ratings here in Philadelphia on how cleanly a restaurant was doing, we'd have the same conversation.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, a restaurant under pressure, a lot of people there, sure. All right, love to get your reaction to that. And hoping on Thursday, this is fair warning, to head back to one of my favorite spots. We're going to play you some of that sound. Springfield Township. They're at it again. Now, this is Springfield Township, not in Delaware County. Please don't send emails. All right. Montgomery County, get the map right. They're at it again. Our buddy Wally Zimmelong was on Friday. He emailed me over the weekend. They've been rejected 3 times in court now, viciously going after their own police to say that the thin blue line, which there's no bigger truism about cops than that they are the thin blue line between us and maniacs all over the place, is white supremacy, because some white supremacists use that thin blue line. That's why it's white supremacy, okay? They also use the American flag sometimes, these people. Is that white supremacy? Maybe to those people. I'm going to play you my previous visit to Springfield Township when this was first voted on. And the Kangaroo Court called their town council Doofus 1 and Doofus 2. These are people I interviewed there who were not happy that I was there. Well, I'll be there again, buddy.
Is that their God-given name?
Yes. Dan and I dubbed them that. We'll see you on Thursday night. If you're anywhere near there, you want some entertainment in addition to just cop haters. That's what they are, the ruling body there. They're doing a special meeting about what to do next, meaning to go to court again. How much does it cost people in Springfield Township, too? These 3 major court cases. A lot. Why continue to do this? Because there are this body of people that are progressives there that hate the cops. That's what it is. It's kind of like a suburban touch on it. These women look like they got off a bus to me of a pottery class in Santa Fe, New Mexico or something. That's how they were dressed and how they acted.
I'm picturing a lot of turquoise.
Yes, I have sound of some of them, and until they realized who I was, I had a lot of, and particularly outside. It was a cold night, but we got some interviews. I'll take my equipment again. I'll be there ready to go, and we'll see if they vote to quadruple down now and to go after the cops again. This isn't Philadelphia. This is in Camden. These centers at times that you see anti-cop, but particularly Philadelphia. No, Springfield Township. Lower Merion, I might expect it more. But Springfield Township? Yeah, we'll play you a little bit of that. Side question, got a lot of great ones today. You heard Beth Ann Rossica. So let the people out there, the commissioners, know. One woman decides, I'm going to interpret this differently. So as a result, we end up with just turning people away, and people cannot make those meals now. That's the point that she was making. So why in the world are we going to be lectured to about the wonders of government? Yeah, I mean, there are things that we need government for. We all know, we all know that. But the excesses of this, the control in our lives, sometimes it's funny from afar. The gas stoves, or some guy in New York, you can't do that in diners now. And we mock them. But then right here at home, the heartless nature of this. I'd love to bring Miss Franklin on. And that's the other thing. They can always come on. We always want to hear their side of it, but they don't want to do that. They want to rule through government fiat and do whatever their own personal ideology tells them. And it's often disastrous. This is just a good example. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Rochelle, good morning. How are you?
I'm a teacher. We scheduled a 2-hour delay even before the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. We had 75 kids absent the day after the Super Bowl, and the Eagles weren't even in it. I dare any of you to be a lunch aide the day after the Super Bowl. It's a 30-minute sentence.
I could not work in a cafeteria. I couldn't be a bus driver. I couldn't do any of it. I don't know how these people tolerate these kids.
We got to make it a fun pizza day or something. Just make it as easy and fun as possible. For the teachers, too, like Rochelle was saying.
Right.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Meet Nick Cale and Dawn Stenzelin at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
All right, Dom Giordano show. My buddy Ray over in South Jersey just emailed me reminding he approached the Gloucester Township. That's Mayor. Think of Catch-22. His first name's Mayor and his last name's Mayor. They would not go for the thin blue line in front of their building, their township building. They said it would confuse the handicap. But Springfield Township goes a lot further. They're willing to spend a lot of hard-earned taxpayer money to say that they feel their cops are exhibiting white supremacy. I'm not making it up. Springfield Township. Here is the Doofus 1. This is cut 22A. I had such a blast. I can hardly wait to return to Springfield Township. Here's Doofus 1 asking me why I am coming to their meeting. This is the previous one. Here's how it sounded. Let me start.
Sure. Why does this concern you? Why are you here?
Well, it's a matter of public interest. You mean if I'm not from Springfield Township, I live in Germantown, so it's close. But beside that, it's a matter of public interest. I'm a big supporter of the police.
We're going to have a lot of folks from our township who would like an opportunity to speak, so I would just hope that you wouldn't try to jump in front of the line. That's all.
No, I'm not going to jump in front of the line, but it seemed to be a little bit more than that about why you think I'm here.
Why are you here?
I told you it's a matter of public interest, and I support the police. All right, here's a little bit more with the Doofus. Talking about, well, it's not a controversy. Dom Giordano, you're the one that's making this a controversy, that you have this community, Springfield Township, now potentially on Thursday will vote to spend even more money. This will be the fourth foray with this. When there's no chance to win on this, it is a freedom of speech issue. We've been through this multiple times. They just have people that don't like the cops, and they're not going to let you have that thin blue line. It's not even on their uniform. It's anywhere in the township. There was something about, there was a mention of it in a Little League game, and they went crazy over that. How dare they? Can you imagine? The thin blue line, the cops. They must be white supremacists. Here's the Doofus. Why is this such a controversy in your mind? Can you give me an overall idea of why that may be?
It wasn't a controversy, actually. We're just here in support of the resolution. So there's no controversy, really. We just want our commissioners to vote the way that they have committed to vote.
Well, there is a controversy. I mean, when it gets this much attention far from Springfield Township, I would say it's a controversy. No?
You're certainly making it one, because you just told this whole region to come out to our township to somehow sort of speak when we have...
No, I didn't tell them to speak. I said to come and support the police. Yeah. Come on down and support the police. It's 5:30 this Thursday, Springfield Township, right on Paper Mill Road. And it's a meeting just called for this again. I mean, what else are we to make of a small area like this that wants to continue to spend money and to say this, they can't abide this in their community, the thin blue line? Imagine being a cop, and several of the cops' families were there. They spoke out about this. Now, there was more than the Doofus, though. there was a Dufette who took the stage. This is cut 22D, and talks about a survey that shows mistrust, and people don't trust the police, is her argument. It's like a Bull Connor operation over there in Springfield Township. All right, cut 22D.
So I'm a resident about 10 years in Springfield Township, and I'm one of the researchers that conducted a survey two years ago about police-community relations.
Right.
It didn't ask specifically about the flag emblem.
Mhm.
It was just more broadly concerned with how our residents perceive our police department.
Okay.
And I can share those results with you. They're public.
Tell me.
Yeah, we did a really deep dive into the literature, and the reason it's important to take people's perceptions of the police department very seriously is because the research shows that if there is mistrust in our police department in any way, that makes us all less safe, right?
Well, what was the source of mistrust with the police? I've never heard anything about Springfield Township that pops out at me.
Well, overall, residents were satisfied with the police, but our African-American residents specifically were much less satisfied and trusting of our police department. That was statistically shown. And then in the open-ended comments, people gave reasons for why they might not call for suspicious activity or report a crime.
African Americans or across the board?
Across the board. People were really concerned that our police department, they wouldn't call. The reasons they gave were because they were concerned that our police department would be racially biased in the response, or
based on.
I think based on some personal experiences with our specific police department, and also based on the broader social political moment that we're in, right, with in the national news and everything. And I'm not arguing whether these incidents happened or not. I'm talking about why it's important to take seriously people's perceptions of the police, grounded or not.
All right, so what a hotbed for this. And again, if it's a big city, a blue city, that type of stuff, you expect this, right? Philadelphia, you might see something like this. Springfield Township, something's amiss, particularly in Montgomery County. All right, so it's 5:30 this coming Thursday. It's right there on Paper Mill Road off Bethlehem Pike, near 309. That's where you find it. Plan to be over there, even though DJ has a basketball game tickets, but I'm going to squeeze in a little bit of time. I hope to meet the doofus again and ask him, why does he hate the cops this time around? The fourth time that they're determined to, and I'm just as determined, of course, to back the blue in this, not to have this happen. It's a pretty obvious thing. You have a right on your personal time or what they do as an organization, fraternal, not on their uniforms, to say, yes, the thin blue line. Isn't this exactly the type of stuff in the big election that played out, that people are tired of this nonsense? There's nothing wrong with the thin blue line. And the argument came up in court. Wally Zimmerlong said, well, some white supremacist groups use it. Yeah, they use the American flag, too. Does that mean we can't salute that? We can't be part of that? That phrase, the thin blue line, is just one of the greatest phrases that is exactly on point. I mean, just think about this coming Friday. It's the birthday of Officer Chris Fitzgerald, Sergeant Fitzgerald, from the Temple University Police, who was shot to death, assassinated, if you will, on February 18th. I guess it's coming up on the 2-year anniversary of it. And yet in Philadelphia, we still haven't had the trial for the assailant. Larry Krasner, if you remember, would not even talk to the parents, who are like an all-American group of people, about the death penalty, couldn't even consider it. You assassinate a cop, you stand over him knowingly after the initial shooting, and that's not a death penalty case. Well, that's Philadelphia. They're just not going to do it. That's what they're telling you. And any number of them hate the cops. They despise the cops. That's what it's always about. When we had people taking a knee, it wasn't about the military or the country. It was about the cops. It's always that. And Springfield Township is beyond shame. How many times do you have to have courts tell you this? What is the burning desire to go after your cops in this? How could anyone be a cop in a place like this? All right, we'll find out. I'll bring you more sound back. You'll hear it on Friday. Hit us on the side question. Everything in play. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and you get in. Hey, it's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for our radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50, OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't forget to use that code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s to receive a second bottle absolutely free. Again, that code is OMEGA50. Fortify your heart and support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3. Again, use that code OMEGA50.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At California Psychics, we know that when you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked, even the average ones. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped. And all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be flaunting your love life in public real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. You can get in at 855-839-1210. Just a little aside. Roe picking out a birthday card yesterday. We're in Hallmark. And I show her this section where it used to be, I think, you could put cash in a card. You know, it has a little slot. You push cash. This one had a big sign. You can Venmo using this birthday card. The sign of changing times. If you've seen that, I don't know, who wants a birthday card that you're, it's more convenience. Soon it'll be crypto. You'll be able to somehow or another connect in that. Small quantities inside the birthday card. All right, you got the side question going on. And again, this Murphy thing, we don't have anything more on that other than now across New Jersey, people are going to ask these candidates for governor, both on the Republican side and on the Democrat, is it appropriate what he's doing? I believe that ICE is checking this out. They're not going to race into that garage, give Murphy something he may want to see. They're jackbooted. They are going to, I think, surveil it and then move forward, okay? But I would say within a day or two, they got to do something with Murphy on this, and he is open to be arrested himself. It is still a felony. The political goal on this, though, is to ratchet up the pressure on these Democrats that want to be the candidate for the office and to see where they go with this. Now, they'll all try to deflect, I'm sure. They'll try not to answer this, but it's a burning question in a place like Jersey. So Murphy is opening them up more than he's making a point that's going to bother anybody else. And as I said, we're trying to reach Matt because tomorrow night he's on the panel for the Republican primary. And Jack Ciattarelli is the odds-on favorite at this point. And we're going to see how many of the questions are about his support of Trump, which I think they will be in this primary. And one of his opponents claims to be that, but there's all kinds of, on Matt's Save Jersey, there's been this candidate talking about he's for amnesty. Now, that's a little while ago. Is he still for that? They get the right Republican in here. And I think it's Ciattarelli, but I'm willing to see the primary play out. We're going to talk to Scott Presler, but I did see that most recent registration numbers, Republicans are up over 10,000. Democrats are down over 2,000. Something's happening in New Jersey. It's not a lock. It's still Jersey. You have a lot of progressives, but it's so doable. At this point in time, very doable to take back the State House. And that's the big election of this year, that in Virginia. And you can be part of it this summer because Scott Presler has made Wildwood the capital of his efforts. All right, let me go to Lenny in Pittman. Haven't heard from Len in a while. Hey, Lenny, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Dom. You could spur a person to call. I was walking my dog, and I had to hear about Eddie Murphy. I call him Eddie. I live in New Jersey. I pay taxes.
Yes.
So technically speaking, isn't that garage my garage?
Well, I think it's part of his mansion. I don't think they're doing it at Drumthwacket, but he does have around-the-clock protection. He does have various things that go into being governor, even in his personal home. Lenny. So, yeah, I think this is certainly within the purview of his role as governor. And he admitted it as governor, and he told the feds. Now, you and I try to do that. Tell Tom Homan, come and get it, Lenny. Come and get it if you want. Yeah. But Homan is not taking the bait. What I think he's doing is he's surveilling the situation. They're probably trying to get information on the woman. They don't want to appear to be they're going after every immigrant in the world out there. But they still may move in at some point.
I'll tell you what Murphy should look into is a dental plan in New Jersey. He's always playing with his teeth. But can I take a thing on the side question?
Sure, absolutely.
How about Jimmy the Greek?
Yes, that is a great one. When a guy, they don't say Jimmy, they say Jimmy the Greek. Jimmy
I don't even know his last name. I know him as Jimmy the Greek.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember his last name. I remember the faux pas he got involved in. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, boy,
Jimmy,
Man, in this day and age, he'd have to move New Jersey and get security. Man, wow.
Thank you, Lenny. Jimmy the Greek is a great one. That is a great one. That you can't identify people anymore. Like, oh, you can't say that on TV. It's Jimmy the Greek. Nah, you can't call the guy the Greek. You got to come up with something else. Very good one. That's what we're looking for. The and of. As far as Murphy, let's get Mike Donahue on. Yeah, that was offered. Okay. Mike Donahue, the chair, our buddy, the chair of the Cape May County, if he can come on maybe this next segment. I'm trying to get somebody on that's got more insight into exactly what Murphy is doing here. Could he be trying to bait Tom Homan and ICE, even though it would give us pleasure to see Murphy arrested, that the woman is just on some kind of technicality here, and he's making it like she's completely here illegally. So I think they're figuring it out, and they may move in. It's shocking how Murphy just drops this, though. What's his play next politically? Nothing really at this point. He'll run for president the next time around. I know it's hilarious, but think about, by the way, on that front, running for president, Josh Shapiro is the leading candidate on the Democrat side. Now, over the weekend, the medical examiner moved away from the initial and long-standing, as I understand it, examination of this teacher, Ellen Greenberg, that it was a suicide, and moved away from. Here's why that's important, other than the family, of course, and that loss. Josh Shapiro was involved in the determinations around this, and this is going to be another issue as he runs for president. I think the issue this year, though, is going to be if they have a vote on this, they're going to pass the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. Will he sign or will he not sign? But Politico says at this moment in time, he is the leading Democrat to be the nominee in 2028. All right, 855-839-1210. More of your calls coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
1210 WPHT Sterling every damn night defies all the rules of radio. We just don't care.
Come ready to dance. Get ready to show off your goodies, shake your tuchus, and don't expect a lot of help from the other gals because they look at you as, well, bait to take away their money.
10 p.m. Sunday night featuring Lesbians in Space. I'm Walter Sterling every damn night. 1210 WPHT.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, big issues, big guests. Mike Donahue, Judge Donahue, as Scott Presler always calls him. He's the chair of New Jersey's chapter of America First Policy Institute, which is a big deal and an indicator that New Jersey is very much in play. He's also the chairman of the Cape May County Republicans, and he has a seat at the Mulligans Roundtable for the opening foray each time we're down there. What the heck does he think about Phil Murphy here on Talk Radio 1210? Mike, welcome back to the show. Thank you very much.
Hey, Dom, thanks.
And Phil Murphy, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, this is Murphy's sort of style, right? Like he wants to be the biggest, most woke, progressive that we can find anywhere. I mean, that's how he was with offshore wind, right? Like, I'm going to be first. I'm going to be biggest.
Exactly.
I'm going to do it all. Right now, so he wants to poke Tom Holman in the eye and say, "Hey, I'm going to harbor an illegal immigrant and see what happens." But I mean, there's a specific section of the federal code. It's 8 U.S.C. 1324 that makes it a criminal violation to harbor an illegal immigrant. And I mean, he seems to be saying, "Hey, not only am I going to harbor an illegal immigrant, I'm doing it specifically to keep this person from getting deported by the federal government." So, I mean, he's making it plain that he's violating this section of the federal law. It's going to be interesting to see how Holman and the Trump administration handle this, that the New Jersey governor, a governor anywhere, or a mayor would actually announce this. I mean, I'm sure they're doing it all over the place, but to actually announce it and say, "I'm doing this," and I'm in your face, and this is, you can't do anything to me. I think it's a real challenge to the entire policy that the Trump administration is advancing as we speak, and it's intended to be so. So it's going to be an interesting federalist, federal versus state moment. I haven't seen anything in the brief time since Murphy sort of announced this and taking a look around the internet that would give the governor some type of sanctuary ability for federal illegal immigrants. So it's going to be interesting. I wouldn't mess with Tom Holman. I mean, I wouldn't be a guy that I'd want to poke in the eye and say, "Hey, I dare you to come enforce the law on me." So there may be a real showdown here.
Well, I think Holman is doing what we would advise, which is he's surveilling it, trying to get information on the woman. He's not going to be drawn in to a big raid if the woman is marginal, you know what I mean, not a criminal, something that Murphy's playing with. As I understand it, Mike, and listeners are asking, I don't think it's at Drumflocket. I think it's at his private mansion, right?
That's what it sounded like to me, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mike, we have – go ahead.
Yeah. No, listen, they have sort of set these various phases, right? Like right now they're focused on the worst criminal aliens, and so there is an out there if they want to try to negotiate something here. But it's a stunt, in my opinion. It's sort of a political stunt to say, "Hey, I'm going to be the guy that's the biggest champion and on the left," and he's getting the attention he wanted to get, I guess.
Yeah. Also, with this whole thing, the political goal of this, as I see it, all these Democrats have to be asked about, and Republicans tomorrow night.
Oh yeah, well, listen, the Democrats doubled down on sanctuary state. I mean, it was interesting. They last night in their debate seemed to try to get as far to the left as they could. I guess there's still that constituency in their own ranks in a primary. I'm not quite sure that it's as crazy left as they want it to be, but it was, for purposes as a Republican, I think it's good for us the further they go out there. That I don't think is where the New Jersey electorate is anymore. I think people are worried about their pocketbook. They're worried about these economic issues. They're still top of mind. Trump got elected. That's great. We're heading in the right direction, but we're still struggling to buy eggs. That's what most people are looking at. And in this setting, for the Democrats to go that far left and on sanctuary state to just dig in on it, I mean, I can't believe that most people in New Jersey don't believe that local law enforcement, your county sheriff's office, shouldn't be able to assist the federal government in getting criminals off of our streets. And yet in New Jersey, they are not allowed to do that. There's an AG, Attorney General's directive that says they are not allowed to cooperate with federal law enforcement. It's absurd.
Now, Mike, tomorrow night, the Republican debate, and Matt Rooney is on the panel there. Give us an idea of what you're looking for as far as the nominee that will defeat the Democrat. What are the qualities, or is there an issue that you think, or something that would be detrimental, make them radioactive?
Well, look, I doubt that any of these candidates in the debate are going to, stumble that badly to become radioactive. But for me, and my political and personal too, because these are my beliefs. But you mentioned that we're now involved with America First Policy Institute. Certainly, those policies that's what helped Trump to put together this coalition of not only Republicans, but Democrats too, and independents, and African Americans, and Hispanics, and women, and young people all over the country. Were these America First policies, and people say, well, what is America First? So it's very simple. If you want a secure border, that's an America First policy. If you want criminal aliens off the street, that's America First policy. If you want a federal government that empowers small businesses and families to thrive, those are America First policies. And that's what we expect to hear from Republican candidates whenever they speak, especially at a debate when they're trying to differentiate themselves from each other. Who's going to have the strongest voice on behalf of the people on the ground? I mean, that's what we saw with Trump. He said, I'm about the little guy. We saw this historic shift move even further between the parties, where Republicans are the parties of the little guy, the party of the little guy. Republicans are the ones who are looking out for small businesses, for your family, to make your streets safer, to make your lives more affordable. And that's the message that has to come across. That's the America First message that we'll be driving.
Wouldn't all four candidates, Mike, say that, though?
You would think so. I expect them to. I mean, I don't know what really differentiation there's going to be in a debate. And sometimes it's kind of, that's the way it goes. Right. I mean, John Bramnick is a friend of mine, and he's differentiated only by the fact that he was a dedicated never-Trumper, right. and I don't think that that's a lane you really want to be in the Republican primary right now in New Jersey. So we'll see where that goes. But, I don't know. I mean, you may see them trying to outdo themselves on who's the most America First, because I think it's those positions that helped Trump be so successful and come so close. And think about that. President didn't run a campaign in New Jersey. He didn't have boots on the ground. He didn't invest in the state, and he did better than any Republican candidate since 1988. Imagine if we were working on the ground for Trump. Imagine if we were organized for Trump.
Exactly. Well, look, it's very doable in my mind, and you and Matt are much closer to it. Very doable to win this time around. It's just the right person that's going to articulate exactly, if they stick to the American First Policy Institute, those policies, it's a winner. They're going to have to deal, though, with saying, well, what about Trump on this, that, or, the personality or something else? And that's where their skill will come in to talk about that honestly.
Yeah, and listen, I think it's going to be the candidate, and we'll see how it all shakes out between now and June, but I think it's going to be the candidate that can connect best with the people in their houses, in their homes, who want to hear how, if I vote for you, how is it going to be better for me and my family?
Exactly.
That's exactly what they have to do.
Mike,
so we'll see.
Mike, where's the? Is there a website for the Jersey chapter, America First Policy Institute?
If you go to America First Policy Institute, AmericaFirstPolicy.com, there's a New Jersey page. Go to state chapters, go to a page. You can sign up there. You'll see some of the policy position papers that are already there. We'll be building that out over the course of the next couple of months. And we will have tomorrow night at the debate, we'll have Martin Gillespie, who's the Chief Development Officer and Chief of Communications, and we'll have Ashley Hayek, who's the Chief Engagement Officer and State Chapter Coordinator, with us at the debate, along with a number of legislators and other folks here in New Jersey. We're going to have a couple meetings around the debate, and we're all going to sit and watch the debate with some AFPI folks from D.C., so I'm excited about that.
Good stuff, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining
All
us
right,
today.
Tom.
Take care.
Absolutely. Take care. Thank
Mike
you.
Donahue. All right, there's the latest on Murphy and the Republican debate tomorrow night. How are they going to address their support of President Trump, not just his policies? That's where there's going to be contention. All right, the great Scott Presler is next. And then after that, we'll get into the side question. Got a little bit more on that. Roe chiding me not to call the guy, Henry, a doofus. I asked your judgment. You can get into trouble, too. Was he a doofus?
No, he's not a doofus. He's the doofus.
The doofus. The doofus of Springfield Township. All right. Bro, so I hope you're not listening now. All right. More coming up here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Zuckerberg's company of Facebook and Instagram yesterday agreed to pay $25 million to settle Donald Trump's lawsuit alleging censorship. I gotta tell you, if you're Trump and you're just looking at Zuckerberg, he's cozying up to you. Now he has to give you $25 million. Remember the scene in Remember the Titans when Denzel Washington goes up to Gary Bertier and he's like, Gary, who's your daddy, Gary? If you want to get on that bus, who's your daddy, Gary? That's Trump right now to Mark Zuckerberg, and I love it. I love every bit of it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance, this Saturday, February 8th at noon. Find out about important issues affecting you. The Labor and Energy Show, this Saturday at noon.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto-pay and e-billing.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. I think there's a little bit more. Oh, I love Ron's. That's a good one. Really good answers to the side question today. Coming up, Montgomery County. I'm not sure if it's the transgendered stuff, holding a big change your name event again. Talking about somebody whose name has the or of as the barometer. There's a million of them. It's all in the telling of the story. You heard Mike Donahue, Phil Murphy making news. Look, Tom Homan looks to be brusque, charging in there, but he is not going to charge in there till he assesses what Murphy's up to here as far as trying to stick to who they're going after at this point. But he's clearly in violation of the law, potentially a felony, and he's adding to the ability to win in New Jersey since Democrats have to bear this burden now. What are they going to say about Murphy's stance in harboring someone who's not here legally? Scott Presler should be with us momentarily here, his weekly visit, and we'll ask him because in Jersey, the latest numbers that I see, Republicans up 10,480, Democrats down 2,433 in the latest voter registration. But Scott's got a number of other things to unveil, too, for you as far as both Pennsylvania and New Jersey. But Murphy truly making a lot of news around this. The other story, though, and we haven't heard any, nobody's hitting me on Twitter or whatever. I thought this would be the big story of the day, is that President Trump, with these tariffs, the polling indicates not popular. The markets were running nuts. Yeah, they're down a lot. I'm looking at, Trump saying at a signing of some executive orders, I like the idea of reciprocal tariffs. I'm not on board with that. We got to get Stephen Moore on. I think he's lying low because I don't think he's a tariff guy, and usually he promotes the Trump economic agenda. And the Mexicans have talked to President Trump, and they've now said, all right, a month pause. We'll bring 10,000 Mexican National Guard to the border around fentanyl. See, here's the thing. This idea of the pain that Americans may suffer, because at least temporarily the markets are all over the place. You got to expect, if this continues, if it actually gets into play, that some items at the grocery store are going to go up. The media is, of course, going to make people think the worst with this. But it's not something that routinely works. President Trump saying now we'll have a big negotiation with Mexico. All right. They have pledged what's the metric? Here's what I want to ask, and it's not an easy one. What's the metric on this that we want with fentanyl? For me, it's not the 10,000 Mexicans going to the National Guard to the border. That doesn't do it for me. We agreed that we would crack down more on heavy weaponry going into Mexico. What needs to happen with Mexico is they have to take on the cartels. They're not going to take on the cartels. That's the bottom line. And that's where our opportunity is. We've declared them domestic terrorists to go after them. I'm not talking with Americans in gunfights with them. I'm talking strategic bombing inside Mexico. Are you on that or not? The 10,000 sent to the border to stop fentanyl. Now, I will give you something that Trump has done that has an element that helps with in these orders. That helps with leveling the playing field. Brilliant column today at the Free Press, and the author says the Gap paid $700 million, clothing retailer last year, in import taxes. H&M paid $200 million. but two big Japanese, is it pronounced Temu and Shen, are not only exempt from tariffs and other taxes, they're also exempt from government rules covering product safety, forced labor dictates, and so on, that the Gap and H&M have to comply with. It's much easier for Customs and Border officials to inspect a shipping container that's filled with goods that are vouched for with proper documentation than it is to inspect the more than 1 million packages coming in, 1 million a day from those two Chinese companies. What's more, many things end up slipping through the cracks. Unsafe items, knockoffs, products made with forced labor, and yes, chemical precursors that are used to make fentanyl. So what Trump has done under this is leveling the playing field. You know, it's got an economic term here, et cetera. But on this one, this is a benefit that's in this. This would take away these tariff exemptions. It's a loophole. American consumers receive 1.4 billion packages under this de minimis loophole. And these two Chinese companies have not had to pay anything on it. That's the bottom line here. So look, I'm going to tell you to you straight. I like this part of it. I don't like, tariffs with Colombia. That was a good ploy. What's Colombia going to do? But in the case with Canada here, not exactly sure. Is it about fentanyl? It's minimal fentanyl coming in from Canada. And with Mexico, we've extracted from them a promise to put 10,000 of their National Guard up on the border. Okay. Well, what's the metric we're going to use to judge this when it comes to fentanyl coming into the country is my point. Does that seem to you like that's going to be a preventative or not? And I don't see this as the way to go. Now, as far as the Chinese, Dan's been researching this. We're going back and forth. But it's a fair point that the Chinese already have tariffs, at least on some goods.
Almost all goods.
And now we're adding 10% more to this. And I don't think the media, to Dan's point, has played this well enough. And it looks like we're going easier on China. What are we going to extract? What I'm asking is this. What is it exactly, after some pain Americans might see through this, that we're going to extract from them that would be effective to cut down on fentanyl making its way into America? What is it exactly that's a good metric? That's what I'm always looking for. And sending the 10,000 troops to the border and all. Look, I've been there, it was a while ago now, to Juarez. They're scared to death of the cartels. I've told the story. The guy that was my keeper to take me to the mayor to interview him inside his office in Juarez. I saw these 3 Jeeps with machine guns on them. I said, well, why don't they spread out in Juarez? For safety. They had to be together. They got a machine gunner on the back. I mean, I'm thinking, uh-oh. We're driving in a Toyota or something into the mayor's office, with this guy. They're afraid of him. It's a narco state. What is it they have to do to prove they're getting tougher on this to cut this down? It's not so much intercepting here and there at the border. It's about going after these killers. Are they willing to do that? I don't see any evidence there. They're scared to death they'll be killed themselves. Let's go to John in Westchester. John, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom and Dan and Henry. Dom, I have a couple of disagreements with some of your concepts here. The first one is on tariffs.
Yes.
That you say, well, tariffs don't work. Well, the prosperity of the 1920s in the United States was due primarily to our tariff policy that created a favorable position for our goods and for the production of our goods in the United States. And then the problem was that towards the end of that, after Coolidge left, they got a little too greedy and went with the Smoot-Hartley tariffs, and that created most of the problems that led to the Great Depression.
So you're arguing that it's not the tariff per se, it's the excess of it.
Yes, excessive tariffs could be a problem because then that gives the other side more reason to tariff us back.
Okay,
But
well then, John,
we're already,
tell me, don't these people in the marketplace understand this then? The markets, the last 2 days, it's been brutal.
well, the market right now, the reason they're doing it is because they want to take advantage of these announcements in order to be able to drive down the prices of stocks that some of the large hedge funds missed on earlier, that have gone up a lot. And they're trying to use that opportunity to, purchase, like, say, a chip maker that that might be down 15% from its high 3 weeks ago. And they know that it's going back up because of the demand for the chips and things like that.
All right. Well,
So-
John, a little bet with you. This is a great moment. Let's see a month from now if this continues, which I don't
Yep.
think it will.
It won't be. No, we won't. There won't be. There won't be a trade war, and there won't be tariffs. We won't be talking about it a month.
All right. All right. Well, then that part is good. Look, the Mexicans have blinked, or have they, John? What's your metric that they're going to do something about fentanyl? I gave you mine. They're saying they're going to send 10,000 Mexican National Guard to the border.
Well, the metric is if either the Mexicans or an agreement with the United States that allows us to move against. There's a town in Mexico, western Mexico, that is nearly all Chinese, and that's where a lot of Chinese chemists and all are over there, mixing the precursors and putting them together and getting them to the cartels to press into pill form and different things like that. So it's whether we get the opportunity to move in and close down that operation, because it's a major operation. It's not just an operation, that's in two little huts and something like that.
Right.
I mean, it's full on labs and things like that, that cost, money to replace. And so that'll be a metric, but that's not going to come for probably until sometime this summer or something like that, because there's a lot of agreements and the United States military has to decide who they can have confidence in and things like that.
Well,
So
that would be a
the
metric for me. You and I are on the same page
Yeah.
here versus just sending troops to the
Yeah.
border. What's your helicopter comment, John?
Okay. Well, the mission that they were on was not really in what should be termed combat readiness. It was a continuity of government readiness training exercise that they perform, which is designed to evacuate the federal government from the District of Columbia out in case of a disaster or a war or something like that. So those type of training exercises have to be performed in that area because that's where they're going to take place.
All right. Well, my point is it should be very limited to that. I hear your point, and it shouldn't be an inordinate number of these. It's too crowded of a space to be training on anything else.
Well, I think that there are ways to mitigate all that, and I'm not in disagreement with you. That maybe certain hours of the evening should limit that if there's a lot of traffic coming in and out of runway 33 and runway 19 at Reagan National.
I hear you, John. Give me your the or of.
Attila the Hun.
I should have taken that off. I don't know if I said that in the beginning. I did not say that one. Attila the Hun. You hear he's coming. That's one of the most frightening names of all time. That'd be a good one someday. You hear this guy's coming on the other side. He's signing up there. Attila the Hun. You're like, all right, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, we got to lock the doors. We got to get out of town.
Exactly. Yeah, it's time to surrender. Yeah. Joe in Bordentown, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, what do you have?
Well, as the Czar of Trenton, my answer to the side question would be Jack Nicklaus, the Golden Bear.
Yeah, that was a very long-standing, still is. Okay. Alan in Hamilton. This has a local tie. Alan, what's yours?
The big boss with the red hot sauce, the Geeter, Jerry Blavitt.
With the heater. That's right. Yes, with the heater. Jerry Blavitt. All right. It is time right now, though, on that note, for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, and today we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City Boat Show in partnership with Progressive Insurance at the Atlantic City Convention Center February 26th through March 2nd. For more information and tickets, visit acboatshow.com.
Yeah, Dom. So today, the side question is, what are those all-time best the or of names? Turns out a lot of bands out there have the in their name, including, say, The Band. But today we're not talking about The Band. I am going to play a cover song of a famous song, Dancing in the Moonlight. I want the name of the band covering this, and I implore you to be specific when you give your answer.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Let's hear it.
Let's hear it.
We get it almost every night. And when that moon gets big and bright, it's supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight.
Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep things loose, they keep things light. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight.
All right, name of the band is what we're looking for. You heard all those clues. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need, and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not, in the United States of America, be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, I'm from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th. Seating is limited and registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune in to a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Mary Ann Ritchie. Get the latest news and information affecting your health and wellness. Your Radio Doctor at a special time, this Saturday, February 8th at 10 a.m.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. And follow your local news station.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That's exactly right. Let's hear the clue and let's see if we can get a winner.
We get it almost every night. And when that moon gets big and bright, it's supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight.
All right, let's go to Alice in Maple Shade here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Alice, afternoon. What's the name of the band?
Hey, Dom. Dr. Teeth and the Electric Mayhem.
Wow.
Wow, that's very precise, Alice. How did you know that?
Well, my son is addicted to the Haunted Mansion from Disney. So he actually has that album.
Okay. Very nice. Very precise. Well, enjoy the boat show, Alice. Man, it's amazing.
Thank you.
Can't stump people, and that's
Yeah.
the.
Yeah, I pulled Dancing in the Moonlight from the Muppets Haunted House, and by the Muppets. It's crazy.
I've got a lot of trust in the audience too, because I said there's no way.
Yeah, Dan was shaking his head and his fist back here. No one's gonna get it.
Scott Presler is AWOL, huh? So I should text him, I guess, at some point here.
A couple messages, no response.
Are they getting through? He's always somewhere with shady service, it seems.
Yeah, I'll text him now. Let's see if we get him back on. He's got a couple of interesting developments. By the way, tomorrow looks to be a huge day. We definitely, by all circumstances, the vote in committee on RFK Jr. I'd put it at 50-50 that he gets out of committee. If he gets out of committee, I think he's going to make it. But it's Senator Cassidy, who's a doctor from Louisiana, and the pressure's got to be enormous. Not sure what he's going to do. From Louisiana, yeah. Not sure what he's going to do. And Tulsi Gabbard might be tomorrow. There, the play is, will it be in secret or not? But Phil Murphy is making big news by harboring someone who's here illegally over his garage. We believe it to be the Mansion garage in Jersey, and he just dropped that yesterday. And Mexico looks like they have blinked a bit here. 1 month pause on the tariffs, so that was supposed to go into effect tomorrow. Canada, they talked with President Trump at 3. So we'll see. Is this just a paper loss in the market? Then it'll bounce back. Once this is settled, I don't know. You have a month of this going back and forth. Will it have impact at this point? Well, I don't know about the Canadian products, whether it'll have impact or not. But we will.
No, not my maple syrup.
Yeah, that was a joke last night at the Grammys. By the way, the Grammys are the ultimate participation award show. Bill Maher devastating on the Friday night show. Some of the categories, I don't know how many they give out every year, but the minutia of categories. If you're, say, in a business 8 to 10 years and you don't win a Grammy, at least as a group or some side thing, and what award should be given for the wife of Kanye West? And Kanye West.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's or non-outfit. It's pretty amazing. I don't even think they were invited there.
No,
they were
weren't.
sort of escorted out around this. And look, the Jennifer Lopez dress with, was he P. Diddy back then? He was something else. That was a stir. Was
nothing
within,
now.
would be nothing in comparison to this. What is left? Yeah, the Grammys are probably the worst award show as far as just the excess of winners and things. You don't see that with the Academy Awards.
Did you see the local girl, Sabrina Carpenter?
Yes.
Did pretty well.
Yeah.
Bucks County.
And she mentioned.
I want to thank all the fans that let
Listen for
my
it.
music be heard by the Recording Academy. I want to thank my mom for driving me to every voice lesson in Ballackinwood.
Ballackinwood.
And I want to thank.
She said wood. I think it's Wid. But
Does anyone say Wid?
Well, I did because we
my
used to
mom
be in
for driving me
Ballackinwood.
to every voice
Yeah.
lesson in Ballackinwood.
I think it's Wid.
I mean, I know it's spelled that way, but
yes, yeah, it's weird. I think, but yeah, when I heard Bala, wow, that's
I had to look
pretty
up when there
amazing.
was a town in California or something.
Yeah,
Especially
no,
talking
she
about
was
our
very,
ballot.
yeah, and some of them were just, the woman, is it Chappelle that had the,
Chapel Roan.
Yeah, Chapel Roan.
yes, had the headgear on that is like Maid Marian and Robin Hood. It was hard to believe.
Did you see
it fell off, yeah.
Jaden Smith's hat that he wore?
Oh, boy.
Yes.
It was a
Yeah, well,
black castle over his
Yeah,
head.
the whole family is just, and Roe was surprised that Will Smith, well, he's only banned from the Oscars. The Grammys, they don't care. There wouldn't be any slapping incident there, so everything's good. All right, 855-839-1210. You will get on board. I'm looking to see if there's more information. Nothing yet, though, on Phil Murphy and where he's hiding this illegal immigrant. But this shows you that Homan senses that he's going to do this right. He's going to surveil it. He's going to try to figure out who this woman is. I think Murphy's playing to have them rush in there, and this woman is quasi-legal, some small dispute, and saying, aha, this is what Trump is about. It won't matter. People want this stuff done. As far as the story making national news about the car wash, the reason why some people got picked up there that were collateral is there were people at that car wash in Philadelphia that apparently had deportation orders. They were told multiple times to be deported, and they refused to do it. And when ICE shows up, they don't have to have warrants in this situation since it's outside. And also, if you're there and you're not legal, collaterally, legally, you can be picked up. So we haven't seen anything more here in Philadelphia, South Jersey that I'm aware of. But you have all kinds of people bracing for this. And the impact of the tariffs, that was a great call from Westchester about the tariffs so far with Mexico. But I agree with, was it Joe from Westchester, that the metric should be, is Mexico really putting a dent in fentanyl? Sending 10,000 people to the border is not doing that. It's not easy. The cartels are not going to go away. And if we really want to make this impact, and Americans are going to have some pain in the grocery store and all that, we have to agree, how will we know it did anything about that? And the only way to know it, he's right. If you hit that town where they have all these chemists, things of that nature, the Mexicans won't do it. Would they allow us to do it? Should we just do it anyhow? I would do it anyhow. They're domestic terrorists. Joe in Westchester, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, what's yours?
Tom?
Yes, Joe. Hi.
Yeah, I got an answer for the side
Sure.
question.
Sure, Joe.
Not only is it a name, but it's a food we can't do without. Earl of Sandwich.
That's a very good one. Yes, the Earl of Sandwich, the sandwich. That's a pretty good marker to have on your resume. By the way, people at the Diane Cardano event came up to me and said, what? No side question today? That's how much it's part of the fabric. Next event, we'll have to have a side question. All right. We'll get you in, though, right now at 855-839-1210. And it's going to be interesting to see what we see this afternoon. Are Trudeau and Trump, they're talking at 3 o'clock, say by Riccioli time at 4 or something like that. Does Trudeau say, all right, we're going to have a pause? But I really don't see what Canada's doing here on fentanyl. I mean, let's be realistic. It's minimal what they're doing on that. The issue with Canada is balance of trade. Let's just label it that. The other, they're not doing anything on it. It's Mexico and China. But if he says, all right, we'll have a pause, we're not going to go forward with this, then I'd say for now, it's a bit of a win. But we have another month of negotiations and stuff like that going on. What is it that's worth it for Americans to put up with some temporary pain? What would be an indicator? I really like that call about that place in Mexico that is heavy on chemists and others to prepare fentanyl. I think we have a pretty good idea of where they are, what they're doing. The Mexican government is not going to fight with them. I can't see them squelching this in the slightest. They're afraid themselves. The country's being run on this. 855-839-1210. Let me tell you a little bit more about Diane Cardano. I mentioned the event on Saturday. For those of you that joined us on Saturday, fantastic event. My great friend Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors. She shared great knowledge of the latest trends in the real estate market, covered a lot, like how fast your home will sell in this market and how the new administration's policies will affect the value of your home with the decrease in regulations and cutting of taxes. If you're looking at selling this year, anytime really soon, maybe you're an empty nester, soon to be an empty nester, let Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors answer all of your questions for you. Diane unlocks the secrets to outshine the competition, boost your bottom line, take control of your equity, and sell fast, smarter, and for more. Have to give her a call. Explore it with her. 215-576-8666. The market is always changing. You really need someone like Diane to help you get the most for your home. Incredible at staging your home. Incredible all the way around. Call 215-576-8666 or visit 215-576-8666.com.
This month, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight salutes Marine Corps veteran Joey Fay. Hey, it's Nick here. Join us this Wednesday morning as we shine a spotlight on this outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Our Veteran Spotlight is this Wednesday from Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
Wow, you look amazing. What have you been doing? I'm sure you've heard of Ozempic, Wegovy, and the other GLP-1 medications, right? Well, I found this great company called Zelfie. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe medications like Ozempic and Wegovy and other GLP-1 medications that are 80 to 90% less expensive, all 100% online. I can get GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% less and do it all online? No doctor's office or pharmacy? Yes, Zelfie can provide semaglutide or tirzepatide, the active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s, but for 80 to 90% less and shipped directly to your door. How do I get started with Zelfie? Just send them a text.
Text COVER to 200-300 to get started today with Zelfie. Get the same active ingredients in Wegovy or Ozempic, but for 80 to 90% less and 100% online. Don't wait. Text COVER to 200-300 right now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text COVER to 200-300. That's COVER to 200-300. COVER to 200-300.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, the guy is here. Does he have a late note? No, just kidding. Dom Giordano's show. Scott Presler's Monday visit here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry I'm late. You know, I'm here in Harrisburg at the Great American Outdoor Show, and you know as well as I do that 30% of our beautiful hunters in Pennsylvania are not registered to vote. And so early vote action, we had to be here at the biggest show in the world. And I've just been shaking hands, and I lost track of time. So please forgive me.
We do, Scott. You're doing a great work by doing that. Now, my only beef with Scott Presler is, come on, Scott, it's a tough field. I heard that you, on your Twitter, you put your name in for the new media chair there the next time we have a news conference. I'm working all kinds of stuff there with that, Scott. I got no chance. You got 2 million, 2.2 million people on Twitter?
Hey, you know what? President Trump is going to be the 47th president for over 1,000 days. That means 1,000 different opportunities to have new media in that seat, and I think you should absolutely.
All right. I would love to be there together that day. I have to have my hair especially done 5 minutes before we go on, if that's the case. So, Scott, I see the event that you're at, tremendous, and I see some numbers from another source in New Jersey, plus 10,000 plus for red, negative 2,433 for Democrats registration in Jersey.
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. So first, let me just cover Pennsylvania because this is out of the Philly market. And so Pennsylvania, even now in February, we still are trending red. The inactive plus active numbers, D-R and PA, is down to 185,000. Now, for context, in 2012, that number was 1.1 million more registered Democrats. Now, if you take out inactive numbers, my Pennsylvania people, drum roll, there are only 105,000 more registered active Democrats in Pennsylvania. We are on the verge of making this a conservative state, so please get registered and vote this November. Now, my New Jersey people, for so long, everyone has thought that this is a Democrat blue wall state, but in the month of January 2025, Republicans added 10,000 votes to the Republican Party in New Jersey, and Democrats didn't mean anything. They lost 2,000 voters for a grand total net loss of 12,913 voters in 1 month. Now, for context, in 2021, we only lost the governorship by 80,000 votes. All of you beautiful people that have been registering voters and that are bringing this enthusiasm to New Jersey, you took away basically 1/8 of what we lost by in 2021. The governorship, I need you to make a plan to vote on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. We can win New Jersey.
Scott, without a doubt, I mean, it is becoming more and more apparent. Did you happen to see, you're there at the show, that Governor Murphy announced he's harboring someone who's here illegally in his garage above his garage in his mansion?
I had not heard that. I think then perhaps he needs to get a visit from DHS and perhaps even Secretary Kristi Noem. That would be interesting.
Well, I'm mentioning it because now Democrats in the Jersey, the 5 or 6 that are running for governor, Scott, they have to be asked repeatedly, what's their position on this? If they were a governor, would they do something like this?
Well, and so therefore, let's really break it down what that means. Let's break this down. That means we need to ask them peacefully, but you show up to their town halls. You bring a camera with you. You record them, and you ask them, would you break the law? Would you harbor illegal aliens? Or why didn't you vote for the Lake and Riley Act? Why do you think criminal illegal aliens should be able to steal from us? Why do you think criminal illegal aliens who are especially convicted of sexual assault shouldn't be deported? Get them on the spot, get it on video, send it to John Giordano, send it to Scott Presler, and I promise I will make it viral. I will tag you on there, but we must hold our elected officials accountable. And last point, because especially I'm here at the Great American Outdoor Show. what happened over the weekend. The Democrat National Committee elected a vice chair named David Hogg. David Hogg is on record saying that there is no right to own a gun. So if you know anyone in your life that does believe in the Constitution, as I do, and knowing that our Second Amendment in the Constitution is the right to bear arms, that means that this Democrat Party is overtly saying they are anti-Constitution. They are anti-Second Amendment. And that means that every single person that is a hunter, that believes in self-protection, that believes in self-defense, that believes in the Constitution, you must register and you must vote. And last thing again, November 4th, 2025, New Jersey governorship, and you have the opportunity to defeat 5 Democrat judges, 3 Supreme Court justices, 1 Superior Court, 1 Commonwealth Court. I want you to vote no to retention.
Scott,
this November,
you're
vote
there.
no.
Do you happen to know who we'll look it up if you don't, the Commonwealth Court judge is?
Well, there are 2 of them. I think the Commonwealth Court is Wajcik, and then the Superior Court is Dubois. But just remember, no this November. That's what I want you guys to tell yourself. Remember, no this November.
And before we give where to find you and all the great work that you're doing, Scott, Chester County, any movement there, any registration numbers?
If you take out inactive voters, then yes, Chester has moved to the right. And I want to give a shout out to Chairman Rafi. Chairman Rafi is with the Chester County Committee. Please join your local committee wherever you are across the Commonwealth. Let's keep voting. Let's keep winning. And just again, thank you for having me on every single Monday to share these great reports.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And Scott, where do we find your action to volunteer, to contribute as you gain even more momentum?
Yes, our website is earlyvoteaction.com. We are in PA, we are in NJ, and my promise is you help me win this year, guys, and we will expand into other states like New York, like New Mexico, like Georgia, like New Hampshire. Earlyvoteaction.com.
Thank you, Scott. Enjoy the rest of it. Thanks for popping on today.
Thanks, gentlemen.
All right, Scott Presler here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. We got the side question going on. I'm seeing various people itching for a showdown. I see this as a good sign that Tom Homan is not coming with armored vehicles to the mansion of Phil Murphy. All right? He's going to assess who is it that he's harboring, what is the status. Now, if it's someone who is, there's some technical violation or whatever, then it's going to be interesting to see what they do. The person maybe is not even to go after her, but as much as Murphy in his role as harboring someone who's here illegally. I doubt that even Phil Murphy is harboring someone who's here that has a criminal record. Who knows, though? Or someone here who has a deportation order already. We'll see, though. Kudos to Tom Homan. They're not overreacting. They're looking at this. They're going to make their move when they're ready, not what Phil Murphy wants to do. All right, lightning round. Hit us with somebody, the or of, around the name. That's what we're looking for to get a winner on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Rochelle, good morning. How are you?
I'm a teacher. We scheduled a 2-hour delay even before the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. We had 75 kids absent the day after the Super Bowl, and the Eagles weren't even in it. I dare any of you to be a lunch aide the day after the Super Bowl. It's a 30-minute sentence.
I could not work in a cafeteria. I couldn't be a bus driver. I couldn't do any of it. I don't know how these people tolerate these kids.
We got to make it a fun pizza day or something. Just make it as easy and fun as possible. For the teachers, too, like Rochelle was saying.
Right.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt.
They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the Debt Blue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
Here are the top questions from homeowners in the new year. Can my roof survive another winter? And can my bank account survive if my roof doesn't? Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the answer. Roofing done right the first time and roofing priced like it was last year. That's right. To keep their crews working this winter, PJ Fitzpatrick will set all prices back a year and guarantee your estimate for all of 2025. Plus, they guarantee their work for the life of your roof. Visit trustpj.com to schedule your free consultation and price lock guarantee.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, I'm coming to you in the lightning round. If you remember the name Jennifer Say, this is a woman who was, I believe it was Levi Strauss, was the top person, got ousted. She's a liberal. We had her on because she objected to way back when the whole trans thing. She was even in San Francisco. She's now developed a clothing line that taps into exactly this. And I didn't know this. The up-and-comer is Nellie Gaines, Riley Gaines' younger sister. As one of the people for this. She's looking for a big name that will use her athletic gear, though. She'll be on tomorrow at 2 p.m., and it's a heck of a story. So we'll certainly be on that. Nellie Gaines now. At Riley Gaines. Remarkable. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony. He's got an interesting one that you see this in almost every sports football game, NFL game. The Earl. Hey, Earl. Welcome in. The Earl of Tacony.
Yeah, you're not allowed to nominate yourself, so there's that. And real quick, it's my understanding that quite a bit of fentanyl does come across the northern border. I've been seeing a couple stories. Whether they're true or not, I don't know. But,
I have the stat today that I think is pretty definitive. It's very minimal in comparison to Mexico. So I don't think they're, going after anything. I agree with you, Earl, but I don't think they're the problem.
Well, compared to Mexico, nothing compares to how much comes across the southern border, but still, Trump's trying to stop all of it. So, there is that. But my answer is not the Temple, not the Villanova, but it's going to be the Ohio State.
Yes, every time they do that. And the others, I think it started with Miami. They played something like that, and then Ohio State got picked as the Ohio State. I hate these guys that give their grade score of high school. Come on, get with the program. Give the college.
Oh, I love that. You wouldn't do the same thing if in the NFL?
It's just, I don't know. There's something about it that's just gone off the script here for no reason. They didn't go to college. That's the impression I have. Well,
I mean,
maybe it was fraudulent.
It's like what Cardale Jones, quarterback at the Ohio State, said years ago. I didn't come here to play school.
That's true. How did he end up? Yes.
He won a national championship.
Right. Let's go to Ron in South Jersey. Ron's got a good one. What's yours, Ron?
Geez. I got it just a minute. Okay. Where's it at?
All right, Ron.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Do you need a trigger for you? Just think of trash talking three-point shot, 6'10" from Indiana. Come on, who is it?
The Lick from French Lick or something like that.
Thank you. The hit from French Lick. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
I think he made it up about himself.
He was so confident on the phone, too.
Yes. Sorry, but we'll write you down for that. The great Joe of Exton. It almost sounds biblical. You know, we're going back in time with Paul and the apostles. Joe, what's yours today? Hi.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My all-time title refers to that conglomeration of shops known as Bazaar of All Nations. As you walk up to the entrance, you are met by a tall pole, at the top of which is a revolving sphere symbolizing of all nations.
All right, Joe, that is a very good one, Joe. Thank you very much. Yes, I love the Bazaar of All Nations. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem. Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today. Jimmy the Greek's last name was Snyder. Don't ask me his real Greek name.
Can you imagine that name change? Oh, my goodness.
No, well, when I read the name, I was like, no wonder they just said, okay, you're Jimmy the Greek.
Yeah.
Anyway, I am going to make it since he was – all of his songs were considered corny. They referred to Barry Manilow as the king of corn, which he embraced later on in his career. And you guys have a great day.
I didn't know that one. That's pretty good, right? The king of corn.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting a few obs in here. Let's try Alan in Yardley. Here's a fancy one. Alan, what's yours?
Hi, Dom. I know it's the lightning round. Just want to say something about Murphy.
Sure.
Left always claims virtue signaling that they care about immigrants more than the right does. He's using this woman as a political pawn. It's disgusting.
Well, it is. What he's trying to do, I think, Alan, is I think he's trying to draw Homan into storming the mansion there or something. And here the woman has some minor, it's not quite right thing. And I don't think Homan's going to do that. But Murphy has opened the gate to win the governorship in Jersey again by putting these other Democrats under pressure.
Well, if he's the governor, can he expedite her immigrant status?
No, I don't see anything that he could do as governor. It's a federal matter. Yeah, but Homan, I've had Homan on a dozen times. Even though he appears brusque and just rush the type of thing, he knows the guardrail here. He's not going to be sucked into something to make a political point. He's going to take his time, assess this, then he's going to move.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yep.
So, side question. I'm always impressed by powerful women, and I'm especially impressed by those women that can be impactful, even when they're considered to be the spouse. This woman was a duchess. She was the Queen of France as the wife of King Louis VII. She was the Queen of England as the wife of King Henry II. And she was a reigning duchess and one of the most wealthy and powerful women in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages. I feel like Joe of Exton, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Eleanor of Aquitaine.
We'll let Joe be a judge for this round if we get to that one. That's pretty good. One more, Bill in Montco. Bill, afternoon. Who's yours?
This is a hyper-local connection. The King of Prussia. Do we ever know who the King of Prussia is or who he was? But we just say King of Prussia, and how did he get there?
He's the patron king of malls, of big malls. Absolutely. All right, Henry, let's unpack this here. Let's come up with a few. Yeah, this one worked out. There were more than I thought.
Oh, totally. And totally, like, out of the box, too. Not even, like, low-hanging fruit. So here, let's go with I liked Earl and Taccone's answer of the Ohio State. You know, obviously they claimed state
You hear
claim to
that a lot?
And then the last two with Allen and Yardley with the Eleanor of Aquitaine. I thought that was a
Right.
very nice history lesson. And the King of Prussia, because that's something I've thought about time to time, too. It's like, why do we call it that? Who was he?
Yeah, let's go with the King of Prussia. I thought that was a hyper local,
Rocco.
very good answer there. Gary, sorry, yours was just a little technical.
The legalities of it.
Legality, Gary. Hope you're still listening. Sorry about that, but we didn't want to flip a coin and have there's stuff with that answer. Nothing bad, but just
There's a big game coming up, and that's what his answer was
yeah,
gonna be.
right. And we don't want to get involved with that. So, all right, that name goes into the hat. Tomorrow you'll hear, as I said, this Jennifer Say now has founded a clothing line to strike back around the issue of women's sports and not having men in women's sports. She'll be here at 2 o'clock. But the Murphy thing will be on top of every development. Rich Cioe has you next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call.